let's see. I'm gonna go yeah, let's see how that works. Double check audio. Looks like we got everything coming through here. Look there. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with Twitch. Did I maybe adjust the bitrate too much during that stream? 5531. All right, let's shut that one down real quick. Mm-mm-mm. Let's see, what else can we do? They might not have been happy with me messing with that bitrate so much. Here's your dashboard. Screen manager. Yeah. Hmm. That's offline. Set it to 5500 again. Sorry. Bit rate up. We're gonna try a new game later today, probably. Took on a sponsorship for this Dark Epoch game, so we'll give that a shot. I have a link down below for that. Oh, you count. Why is this one down here? Okay. What's this? We'll connect Twitch again. All right, live chat. We'll copy that. That. Okay. Property. Copy. Done. There we go. Good there. Good there. Here's the. Okay, it's cooked. All right, we're good. Just gonna mute this. Double check all the audio is coming through. Okay, I think we're good. All right. Rumble chat there. Disable the preview there. All right, we got some cool news. It looks like they might try to reboot Firefly.
As of this moment, the word is out. We are going to try
old TV series
to bring back Firefly. This time,
it's a sci-fi.
We're going to animate it. Guys, bringing back Firefly, crazy or not crazy?
Not crazy.
Crazy?
It's crazy.
Not crazy.
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 It's crazy, but it just might work. Now, to do this, we would need Joss's blessing. I got it.
The rights from 20th Century Fox
/ Disney.
They got excited. They said yes.
The showrunner.
I got 2. Tara Butters, Agent Carter, Dollhouse, Mark Guggenheim, Arrow, Flash. They're married. They met through Firefly.
A script.
We got it.
An animation house.
Academy and Emmy award-winning Shadow Machine. The last piece we need is a home.
A home.
A home.
A home?
A home?
A home.
A home.
A home!
And for that, we need you. Like this post. Comment on this post. Repost this post. Tag your friends. Tag your family. Tag your enemies. I'm asking you to do what you've always done. Keep Firefly alive. Oh, and I'm about to go pitch this thing, so wish me luck.
Good luck, Captain Titanhats. Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck with that, Nate.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Storm's getting worse.
We'll pass through it soon enough.
Welcome back, Browncoats. Big surprise, Nathan Fillion and the cast of Firefly announcing that they're going to bring back the show, so we will break it all down. I know there are a bunch of questions here about the timeline. They released some official concept art, so it sounds like they have an idea of how the series is going to pick up in the future, with them still looking a little bit younger, so not that much time will have passed since the events of the movie in the comics.
If
you've not kept up with the series or you didn't read the comics after the movie came out, there have been series of comics that picked up where the movie left off and continued the timeline forward. They've been getting together for years at conventions since the original show ended, since the movies started, like way back in the day. But there'd always been talk about them bringing it back. But because the rights were at so many different places, it was so complicated, it was really hard to do back in the day. And no other big networks were really willing to actually bring the show back at the time. So people had tried previously to bring it back unsuccessfully. What has changed now has been their approach to how they're bringing it back, and some of the legal issues that were problems before are not problems anymore.
Oh. So, are you in?
Okay.
Okay.
As Nathan Fillion says, there were like a bunch of things that they had to do before they could actually start working on this. They got Joss Whedon's blessing. Technically, legally, they didn't need his blessing, but they wanted to get his blessing anyway. He is not currently attached to the new project, as they announced different showrunners that are going to be working on it that worked on previous Joss Whedon stuff. Probably the most important piece of the puzzle is they got the rights from 20th Century Fox Television, which made the original show. Joss Whedon made it with 20th Century Fox, and Disney, because technically they own Fox now, so it's way easier, and they have Disney Plus, so it will be on Disney Plus when it finishes. And most of you are probably familiar with the new showrunners. It's Mark Guggenheim from Arrow, the Arrowverse, The Flash, like all the other Arrowverse shows, and his wife in real life, Tara Butters, who did Agent Carter. She did like a bunch of Marvel stuff. She did Gen V more recently in the Boys universe. She's done a bunch of other shows too. And she worked on Dollhouse way back in the day, which was Joss Whedon's next big show after Firefly, and starred a lot of the Firefly actors, just because he typically used a lot of the same actors in a lot of his different projects and movies. They actually said the two of them met in real life because of Firefly, so they actually go way, way back with Firefly too. Zoom and enhance on all the important details too on the actual story, like what's actually going on when this picks up in episode 1. So you notice in the concept art, everybody's wearing clothing and looks similar to the age they were at the end of the actual movie. Not that much time has gone by, like I said. And in the actual picture, it's only Mal, Zoe, Inara, Kaylee, Jane, and River. Notice there is no Wash, which is why I think this won't be a full-on reboot. He died during the events of the Serenity movie, tragically. One of the most tragic things that happened during the series. It has been memed forever since it actually happened back in the day. Here's the thing though, Alan Tudyk was involved with this big announcement. He seems like he was a big part of it, so it does seem like they will bring him back in some way for these episodes. Maybe in flashbacks, or people thinking about him, or a voice in people's heads, but some way he sounds like he will be involved with this too. So technically he's part of the series, even though he died previously in the timeline. If you're a big Daredevil Marvel fan, they're getting ready for Daredevil Born Again Season 2 episodes. They're kind of doing the same thing with Foggy Nelson, where they make you think that he died, but they keep bringing him back for new material that they shot for the new season. So technically he's back, even though he's supposed to be dead.
I'm not gonna do this without you. Oh.
Zoom and enhance on the script for their first episode too. They're calling the show Firefly Still Flying, which is just a temporary title. The show isn't actually going to be called that, which is just a joke about the show still going. Hey, we're all still around. We're still doing good. Show's back. And the first episode is titled Athenia, which might be a reference to Wash and Zoe's daughter. Maybe that's her name, because the later comics that took place after the Serenity movie revealed that she was pregnant with Wash's child. Athenia just sounds like a girl's name. They're making it sound like it's going to release on Disney Plus in the next couple of years, assuming that everything goes well through production, but Nathan Fillion basically says that he's going to be pitching to Disney. They still need to actually go through the traditional production development process with Disney for Disney Plus. They're working on a pitch deck, they're working on a pilot, and then they'll either approve it, they'll greenlight it to series, and they'll do all the episodes, or it will turn into something different. Sometimes when things like this don't go that well, or Disney or other big networks don't want to fully commit to a full-on reboot series, they turn it into a smaller one-off movie kind of situation. So we will see what this winds up turning into. Hopefully it all works out and we get a full-on season coming back. All the crazy jokes from the crew members are in the tone of their characters from the series, reacting as their characters, if the characters were reacting to coming back. Some of these actors I have not seen in a long, long time on TV or in movies, but they've still been active. A lot of them do theater, they do other things, but they're not quite as active as some of the other people. Nathan Fillion, probably the most successful person to come out of the series. Doing a massive number of TV shows, big TV star, but also just came back as Guy Gardner, Green Lantern, inside James Gunn's DCU, the Superman movie. He'll be back during the Lantern Series 2 as his Guy Gardner character, and also in the Man of Tomorrow movie. And obviously we just saw Morena Baccarin also come back in Deadpool and Wolverine, with potentially more with her character in future Deadpool franchise movies. Now I know people are asking what happened to all the characters after the events of the Serenity movie, because largely this would cover that, this whole series would cover that. They actually covered a lot of this, the events right after the events of the movie, in a comic book series that was done by Zach Whedon, brother of Joss Whedon, who also did Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. He's done a lot of other Joss Whedon related shows as well too.
Has the day finally come?
The day has finally come.
I knew it would.
The actual comic series is called Serenity Leaves on the Wind, and it was published in 2014, set 9 months after the events of the Serenity movie. Zoe has Wash's baby, revealing that she was pregnant during the events of the actual movie, names the baby Emma, then has complications and has to be taken to a hospital to survive, the closest one on a system controlled by the feared Alliance. Fortunately, the crew of the Serenity eventually stormed the jail to rescue her, and she's reunited with her daughter Emma, then raises her without Wash, but all the other members of the crew help her raise the baby. Mal and Inara finally get together, their relationship not very easygoing, they still constantly bicker. Inara is forced to stay aboard the ship after losing her companion license. Remember, she was a companion, that's a nice way of saying it. She then reveals why she left House Madrasa to travel the Outer Rim with the Serenity, a secret that was never revealed during the actual TV series. Then they discover that River isn't the only psychic on the loose. The Alliance experimented on her brain as well as other people too. She wasn't the only test subject. A group of them work as assassins together, led by an Alliance lieutenant known as Callista, who soon becomes the antagonist of the saga, like the comic book saga, the sequel series, after it's revealed that she was also a test subject determined to bring down the Serenity. So basically a group of roving psychics coming after them. Jubal Early, the bounty hunter from the series, Boba Fett style, comes back after them, continues to try and chase them down after he'd been jettisoned into space. Chiwetel Ejiofor's operative character also comes back too and joins the Serenity crew for a brief time, turning to help them against the Alliance briefly. Zoe winds up getting stuck on a labor camp and they need his help to rescue her from the Alliance, which is why he temporarily joins the crew. Then they also reveal the Shepard's backstory. He was also killed during the events of the Serenity movie, but you don't fully learn his backstory till the events of the comics that take place after the actual movie. Most likely what they're targeting is 2028 for a release date, but because it's going to be an animated project, that tends to take a little bit longer. That could slip into 2029 based on how far along they are and how quickly Disney greenlights everything and takes them to series. So what he says at the end of the video, now we got to go pitch this to Disney basically, is that they just reached that point. If you remember, something similar has happened with Smallville with Tom Welling and Michael Rosenbaum also trying to bring back Smallville, like Smallville season 11, which they kind of did in the comics, but with an animated series because all the cast members have aged up so much since the events of the series.
And you are the best Lex. Let's admit it. We know you're the best Lex.
Come on, you're being funny.
I'm not being funny. You're definitely the best Lex.
Really?
Definitely.
The whole reason why Nathan Fillion and the Firefly people are probably having an easier time bringing their show back than, say, like Tom Welling and Michael Rosenbaum bringing Smallville back because they sound like their project is dead in the water. It's just because different networks, different things right now. Warner Brothers owns the rights to Smallville, and they're in the middle of that big Paramount buyout right now. There's all these different regime changes going on. Paramount is going to be in charge pretty soon. So that's why it's so much harder for them to actually get their project made than, say, like the Disney Firefly people who are all just like going to be the same people the next several years. There's been a lot of talk about this Warner Brothers, Paramount, Netflix chaos. For the most part, I've already covered everything, like all the really important stuff, what the future of the DCU is, more specifically with James Gunn, and what's going to be happening with all that the next several years, at least for the next several years. Beyond that, it's a little too hard to tell, like if you talk about 10, 15 years out. Everybody post all your reactions in the comments below. It just feels like it's so wild because the series itself was canceled long before YouTube even existed. Like people even thought about making YouTube at the time. And the movie itself dropped just after YouTube left beta. Like YouTube was a brand new thing when the movie happened. I think it was one of the first Blu-rays that I ever owned too. There's been so much talk about this the last 20 plus years since the show was canceled. They did the movie, and then people kept asking, when are you going to bring it back? Because so many different shows were getting revivals. It was just a matter of time before they tried to do something like this. Like, I think it was a foregone conclusion. Eventually, we will come back in some way. And now it just finally happened. But there is a bunch of stuff happening in the next couple of weeks. So we have Invincible Season 4 episodes starting this week. Also, Daredevil Born Again starting after that. And then The Boys Season 5 episodes starting right after that. So we're going to be eating good for the next couple of months with episodes from a bunch of different things. Be sure to enable alerts for my channel so you don't miss any of those. Everybody click here for my Boys Season 5 trailer video and click here for all my Daredevil Born Again trailer videos. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Access to my parents' Prime. Alright, so I got followed. Love One Piece too. Thank you for the follow, Rebecca. Let's see. Men enjoy mentally questionable autistic women more. Study says. Okay. We are going to look at, what's his name? Tucker Carlson. Yeah, I'm not verified yet. Where's his? Yeah.
Is preparing some kind of criminal referral against me, a crime report to the Department of Justice on the basis of a supposed crime I committed. What's that crime? Well, talking to people in Iran before the war. They read my texts. So the crime under consideration apparently would be the Foreign Agent Act or something like that, acting as an agent of a foreign power. And I don't expect this to go anywhere. I'm not too worried about an actual criminal case against me for a bunch of reasons. One, I'm not an agent of a foreign power. Unlike a lot of people commenting on U.S. politics and global affairs, I have only one loyalty, and that's the United States, and have never acted against it. Its interests are the only interests I care about because I'm from here and I have a lot of kids. So that's not a concern. I've also never taken money from anybody. Don't need it, don't want it, and that's provable. And moreover, it's my job to talk to everybody all the time and try and figure out what's happening around the world. That's literally what I do for a living. And I'm not going to stop doing that. Nor should I. I don't think. I'm also an American. I can talk to anybody. I have no secrets to divulge. So legally, I think the case is ludicrous, and I doubt it will even become a case. I'm bringing this up for a couple of reasons, though, and they're pretty obvious. One is that countries tend to become more authoritarian in wartime. It's just the nature of war. People are dying. The stakes are high. People's emotions have risen to a very high point, to a crescendo. And so there's much less tolerance for any kind of dissent in the homeland. The irony, of course, is the United States fights wars on behalf of freedom, but there's always less of it here in our country during war. So that's a widely recognized phenomenon, and it's likely to happen now too. Another point to make that is worth knowing is that the USIC, the intelligence agency, spy on Americans. Now, you probably knew that, and it's been revealed a lot, including by Julian Assange and Ed Snowden, both of whom are threatened with death for revealing it, but everyone knows. But it's probably a little more widespread than most people understand, and it's outrageous. There's no justification for your government, which you own, you're a shareholder in it, you pay for it, to be violating your privacy like this. But it happens all the time. And in fact, one of the reasons that CIA, or people within CIA, just to be clear, it's a huge, sprawling, disconnected agency. What it does in a specific case doesn't represent what everybody in the building thinks, but there are some people who are mad at me for my views about Israel. And they have some latitude. And one of the reasons they pass on criminal complaints, in effect, to law enforcement is to justify warrants for spying on Americans. So that is an absolutely real thing. But the main reason they do it is to leak the existence of the investigation, such as it is, to the media, and then humiliate and terrify the subjects of this op. And that's, of course, happened to me repeatedly, many times, including in famously 2021, when I was still at Fox News and trying to set up an interview with Vladimir Putin. And the NSA, I heard from someone there, had grabbed my text messages with an American citizen and had leaked them to news outlets. Those texts were basically my attempts to set up an interview with the foreign head of state, and they leaked them to the New York Times in order to stop the interview, which they successfully did, by the way. And they admitted that they were spying on me. This is not a fantasy. It actually happened. They did it again 2 years later. My second attempt to get a Putin interview, I managed to get it anyway, and they've done it since. And so when you get a call from a reporter who knows the contents of your texts, it's pretty clear something's going on. None of this, in my judgment, as of right now, is a huge threat to me. So I'm not making this video to complain about it or whine or ask you to send me money because I'm under attack. I'm saying it because it's true, and you should know what your own government is doing, and you should know what the stakes are. And you should know that a lot of what happens in this country that affects outcomes happens behind the scenes. Some of it is legal, some of it is not, including what I'm describing now. But it has an effect. And the intel agencies, again, not everyone in the intel agencies, because there are decent, hardworking Americans who work in the intel agencies are Americans, just like there are decent, hardworking Americans who work at the DMV. But there are also people with agendas and grudges and no sense of restraint who are happy to misuse the power they have granted them by our elaborate secrecy laws to hurt fellow Americans for ideological reasons. That is entirely real. That's the story of Russiagate. And it's likely that things like that will begin to happen at greater scale now. So you should just know that going forward. Thanks.
Him and Candace spreading lies and always the Jews, the Jews. Does the Christian catechism require loyalty to Benjamin Netanyahu? No. No, it doesn't. He's obviously being framed. Can't protect a stupid person from himself. No, there's a comment from Dave Smith. I can't stand Dave Smith either. He's a retard. He just basically jumps on whatever bandwagon is popular at the time, and or is whatever like anti-American and anti-Israel. So he goes like everything like complete opposite of that. And it's just like he goes so retarded and just lives off conspiracy theories and nothing's in truth. Conspiracy theories and feelings.
Hey, if you don't like America, go to another country, bitch. Hey, I don't know who need to hear this. You know what I'm saying? I see a lot of people be talking shit about America. Hey, if you don't like America, go to another country, bitch. I love this country. I'll protect this bitch. Hey, I don't know who need to...
Except that's hilarious. As spew debunked misinformation on high stakes issues without fact checking or pushback as an open conversation. It's lazy negligence that erodes trust when millions are listening. Do better.
Again, doesn't make.
Who do you think we're occupied by? AIPAC. The evidence is there.
All right, what's your evidence?
The evidence is all there.
Saying it again doesn't make it true.
Come on. Send $18 billion a year to Israel.
No, we don't. Our annual giving to Israel is $3.3 billion. That money is not cash in a duffel bag. It's money that's basically credit that has to be used for the purchase and acquisition of arms by American-made companies, which means that money creates jobs and manufacturing here in the United States.
Just ask the question, what do we get out of it? Nothing. We get nothing.
The United States gets military technology cooperation, intelligence sharing, and joint defense operation systems. American missile defense planners study Iron Dome and David Sling in order to bring that here to the United States and protect American citizens. Israeli underground tunnel detection systems are being used right now along the U.S. southern border to protect Americans from the drug cartels coming in from Mexico. Israeli intelligence has tipped off the United States numerous times in the past about threats right here on U.S. soil, including back in 2017 when ISIS was planning on bombing commercial airliners and the Israelis were the ones that helped stop it from happening. There's even an analysis that came out last year estimating the United States and Israeli partnership to be valued at benefiting the United States to the tune of $48 billion.
Ask why the Israeli prime minister can bypass the president, fly directly in and speak to our Congress without any other government interaction. I didn't know that could happen. Oh yeah, Netanyahu did. Flew straight in, bypassed the president, talked to the Congress.
That's not even how Congress works. A foreign dignitary is invited to come and speak in front of Congress by the Speaker of the House. Because John Boehner didn't tell Barack Obama that he invited Bibi Netanyahu to come and speak to Congress has nothing to do with the state of Israel. It has to do with American disagreement in politics. That's a stretch to try to blame Israel for that. And it doesn't mean that Israel runs American politics.
I have difficulty looking at that in any other way than we're occupied.
If you're going to make these massive claims about geopolitics and Israel, a nation smaller than the state of New Jersey, occupying the powerhouse of the world that is the United States of America, maybe you should sit down, do 5 minutes of research, and then you could learn something before you talk.
Get off the blinds. Mailman came. I'm happy to debate Candace Owens in public as soon as possible to completely debunk and expose her fraud. Good, Ridvan, do it. Welcome that lawsuit, you malignant piece of crap. Wow. She's just gotten more and more aggressive with her posts. Swearing and everything, Candace. No, just in general. I welcome that lawsuit, you malignant piece of crap. Not crap, but everything I shared about Erica is factual. No, it's not. I'm not going to let up because you think it's chivalrous to let a woman pathologically lie to the masses with $1 billion budget at hand, as she reverses every core philosophy that Charlie had. She's not. She knew Charlie better than you did. In the spirit of Charlie, I also welcome a public debate with anyone of you geniuses who think she's a grieving widow and it's immoral is sound enough logic to pardon a CEO from all her responsibilities. These gay emotional arguments don't exactly hold up in the real world. Yeah, you're the one that has a gay husband. Like, I know you're like projecting it on the world, but like, deal with that at home first. Let me know if you or anyone who would like to have the public debate, if you feel up to debunking anything I've actually said. Do it, Ridvan, get her. No. I think even retard is pushing it. I just like using it because like people who are acting that seriously at that low of intelligence. It's actually an insult to actual retards that I'm calling these people that. Because they're even dumber than rocks at times. Oh, I'm not debating with anybody right now. So many designers. One of my goals is to homeschool my future children. It has become too toxic of a place, and their schools and corporations just want bodies, not thinkers. Respawn theory. The Reef. Maybe no money. He's sick. He's a weirdo. Really a weirdo. Truth. Let's listen.
Earlier
So
today,
annoying.
I did this random little TikTok where I was talking about how, hear me out. Do you guys remember like 10, 15 years ago? I feel like 10, 15 years ago, if you were a girl gaming online, people were actually so nice to you. Like, so nice. They treated you so well. They would like gift you free stuff, all this stuff. Do you guys remember? But nowadays, I feel like girls are a little bit scared to game online or to use their mic or whatever. Mac, thank you for subbing. I just like, sometimes I think about these days and I'm like, I'm not hallucinating that, right? I love to get on. But that's the thing, it makes me sad for maybe like younger women who just got into gaming and they think that this is just how it's been all the time. But that's not so much the case, I don't think. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's always been some issues in relation to misogyny, but at one point it didn't feel so bad.
You guys just started speaking stupid.
Do you guys think we have regressed as a community? Ah, yes, rage baiting. There's a lot of rage baiting online now. I do feel though that there's been rage bait for so long that I'm like tired a little bit, like I'm numb. I actually don't get baited as much because everybody knows that there's rage bait. Do you get what I mean? But I also think that that's unhealthy because it leads to a level of like apathy. Like we just don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Like we hear bad things and we don't care because we've been rage baited so much that we're just numb. Like whatever. I don't even know if that's true or not. DGAF. Oh, it's not good.
More soft correction. Oh, that's cool. This is a movie. Oof. Be so cool to fly a helicopter. I can't anymore. I have to use the foot controls too much. They don't even have the load on. I don't like my own post. If I don't do it, nobody will.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by FiveMind.com. Gone are the days of the left being able to decide what the terms of conversation are, which opinions are acceptable and which are not. No, my friends, we are in a completely different era. We are the closest we've been to real free speech probably since the 90s. And with this change in culture, I think it's pretty safe to say that the Overton window has shifted quite dramatically, and you could feel it. All the things that the media, the activist class, the professional outrage mob tried to shut down for years, suddenly nobody cares anymore and is just being said out loud and unabashedly. The censorious spell is breaking. You know, for the longest time, the strategy was simple. If you criticized anything connected to Islam, you were engaging in a hate crime against all the peaceful Muslims. Sure, there's hundreds of millions of Muslims who abide by a seriously destructive and dangerous theocratic worldview, but we're not allowed to have that conversation because it makes my Muslim friend feel bad. Well, the response now is too bad. It's not about hurting people's feelings or protecting people's sensibilities, but rather it's about telling the truth, especially when it's so serious and such a grave national security threat. Folks, people are finally starting to say it and say it without apology. Like I said, the Overton window is shifting. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. As Newsmax is now taking it to a whole new level, we got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so I've got this really interesting clip from Newsmax. One of the hosts on the network didn't even skip a beat and went straight to the friggin' issue at hand. She literally said on air that no other religion constantly threatens the world with violence the way Islam does.
Just like in the days after 9/11, we are back to Muslims across the country crying about Islamophobia. It's everywhere. How dare we be afraid of radical Islam? Why in the world would anyone be Islamophobic? Where is that? No, that's not Iraq. It's not Afghanistan. That's Times Square. A few days ago, the crossroads of the world, the place where the ball drops New Year's Eve, which, by the way, would be a violation of Sharia law, playing music and celebrating, if it were anywhere in the Muslim world. Never before have we witnessed a scene like that in the middle of America's largest city. So why would that make some non-Muslims uncomfortable? Why would normal, everyday Americans who just want to go to work and then go home to their families think a scene like that is somewhat threatening? Because no other religion puts the world under constant threat of death and destruction like Islam. Quotes from the Quran repeatedly call for bloodshed. Kill the idolaters wherever you find them. Kill the Jews. Kill the infidels. Right now, we're seeing the results of this once again in cities and small towns across the United States. And of course, as always, the inspiration is the perception of the Western world attacking Islam.
You know, for so long you were not allowed to say that because there was this catch-all term. Any criticism targeted towards anything Islamic is automatically Islamophobic, and those people must be shut down. But you know what I think the argument these days is? This magic word, Islamophobia, to shut down conversation and shut down debate, it no longer works. Because the implication is that it's a phobia, it's an irrational fear. But it's not. In fact, I think most people are realizing that it's very much a rational fear. It's a totally totally justified fear. And now I guess we're just saying it all out in the open on national news networks. You know, a lot has changed. Imagine if someone said something like that, let's say 5-10 years ago, somebody going that far on national television, any mainstream news host taking it to that level would have essentially been erased from public society within hours. The social media mob would have descended, advertisers would have been called, and they'd be demanding heads. And of course, these people always presented themselves as the most virtuous, the ones on the right side of the issue. The debate was over, they had won. But obviously that's been backwards from the start, and their goal was never to have an honest debate. No, the goal was ideological intimidation, to make people afraid to speak. But unfortunately for them, at some point, you know, reality starts to supersede the censorship. You know, at some point, enough is enough. Not only should nobody be punished for simply expressing their opinion and perception, but especially not for saying the damn truth. And that, my friends, is the point here. We've become complacent, and we've essentially now turned a blind eye to a threat from within, as we've essentially opened the door to an ideology that seeks to destroy Western civilization. And yeah, that's a big statement, I get it, but is it controversial? I don't really think so. Maybe in the sense that it might cause outrage, but it's not controversial in the sense that it's just objectively true, and it's not like these people are hiding it. I don't even have to go so far back to find, you know, one freak outlier situation. No, just look at the rally from Times Square literally 2 days ago, where we have a group of people openly proclaiming to support the Islamic Republic. They're waving Hezbollah flags, chanting anti-American slogans, holding portraits of the Ayatollah as if he's some sort of revolutionary hero. And this is happening in the middle of New York City, not Tehran.
We proclaim our support for the Islamic Republic. Shame, shame, USA!
Put right into that, man. He was
and the targeting of the leader only strengthens the resolve of the people.
We're supposed to pretend as if this is perfectly normal civic discourse, as if this has place in our society. Give me a frickin' break. And that's the insane naivete of modern left-wing politics. They're importing ideologies that openly reject liberal democracy. The same people who are constantly fear-mongering about Christo-fascism and the theocratic threat of the alt-right. Here they are opening the door to the Ayatollah, to the Islamic Caliphate. It's absolute insanity. Here's the left siding with people who support regimes that imprison women and slaughter dissenters on the street in the thousands without even losing a minute of sleep. And if you point out said hypocrisy, or the elephant in the room, the actual ideological threat, then all of a sudden you become the problem. You're the racist. You're intolerant. It's chickens for frickin' KFC, as I've been calling it. And you see this dynamic perfectly with the whole Free Palestine, Free Gaza movement. You've got these modern world atheists, these alternative people living lifestyles that would never fly in the Islamic world, and they're all wearing the scarf and chanting Free Gaza, Free Palestine. Do you understand what you are doing? I mean, look, I've gone on the record many times criticizing the Israeli government. Governments deserve criticism. You know, I get the argument. I get that the IDF has been very heavy-handed in their wartime approach in Gaza, but for me, what's absolutely insane is watching people leap from criticizing Israel policy straight into aligning themselves with organizations like Hamas. These Hamas people are not freedom fighters. They're not misunderstood activists. They're Islamic extremists who are very clear in their rhetoric. They're telling you exactly what they want. I got a clip here that's just absolutely freaking wild.
By God, if we chase the Jews from Palestine and the Holy Temple, and they don't surrender to Islam, even if they go to the end of the world, we shall chase them and kill them. And then we will call all Christians to Islam, because this is the only religion of compassion.
I advise my fighting brothers to continue killing the Jews to the last one.
We do not like life, we divorce the world, and we built our afterlife.
They want you dead. And that's not hyperbolic. That's the frickin' mission statement. It's conversion or death. You either submit to the Muslim fate, or you're a kafar who has no rights. You have to pay the jizya tax. And if you blaspheme, or really frankly, if they just feel like it, they could either imprison you or kill you. Yeah, why not? You're a non-believer, right? That's the ideology. And the left has, weaved this delusional spell over the masses as if our worldview can mesh and work with that. It simply cannot. And again, it shouldn't be controversial to say that. That should be the least controversial statement I've made in my entire career covering politics. But I'm sure it's got people's freaking brains exploding, eyeballs popping out of their damn heads, and I'm sure it's got them contorting themselves, trying to come up with the most copium argument or dismissal known to mankind. I'm sure it goes something along the lines like this. Well, they don't represent everyone. That's just a minority. That's an extreme extreme fringe view that doesn't affect us domestically. No, of course not. But they say this as we've seen how many terror attacks in the last month, the last week, frankly. They say this as we have clips that I play all the time, like this one from Dearborn, Michigan, where they're just, casually chanting death to America on American streets.
And this is why Imam Khomeini, who declared the International Day of Quds, this is why he would say to pour all of your chants and all of your shouts upon the head of America.
I mean, come on. Imagine what the left would be saying if it was right-wingers or the Aryan Brotherhood walking through the streets chanting something along those lines. It'd be the biggest outrage of the century. You wouldn't stop hearing about it. But no, because it's targeting Western civilization and all these woke-tards are essentially LARPing as communist revolutionaries. American imperialism bad. America must fall. We gotta burn the whole system down. These freaking LARPers, because it kind of fits their little theater act, they turn a blind eye or align themselves. It's absolutely freaking idiotic. And I think a lot of people are starting to realize it. They're starting to see it and they're starting to reject it. I think the public is starting to realize that pointing out ideological conflicts isn't racism. It's basic self-preservation. If a belief system openly rejects Western values, concepts like free speech, equality under law, religious pluralism, well, it really shouldn't be controversial to say that these belief systems do not belong in the Western world. They do not align with the core cultural pillars of Western society. And pretending that those tensions don't exist because you're such a tolerant leftoid, it doesn't make you smart or more virtuous, holier than thou. It makes you a useful frickin' idiot. It makes you a chicken for KFC. And I believe people have finally realized that the Overton window is shifting at absolute breakneck speed. We no longer care. We're just calling a spade a spade. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Yeah, they're launching these cluster bombs now. Iran is, which are
welcome in
illegal,
everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from.
Who's going to
today.
enforce it?
It's
going to be the United States,
and we have
of
more
course.
developing news as a new wave of strikes
People are
is
held to
underway against Israel, with forces launching not just from Iran but Lebanon, as well as Hezbollah continues to escalate in the fight in an attempt to overwhelm Israeli air defenses. On top of that, the United States of America raining down missiles on more targets in Iran, and President Trump with a bunch of different comments about Iran's new dictator, what state he is in. Is he even running things? President Trump weighing in on a variety of different things. So we're going to get into all of it. Before we do, as always, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Cost you guys absolutely nothing at all. Huge boost to the channel. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. How do you think the war is going so far? How do you think this ends? Let me know in the comments below. Hit that notification bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. And then Instagram, David_Hookstead, XDHookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Please reach out with any tips you got. Give me a follow on both and feel free to say hello. I love talking with you all. Now let's get into it. So I'm going to put this on the screen for you all right away. So what you see here is it says crazy footage. Watch Hezbollah attack. I believe that's pronounced Naraya. In northern Israel, within the last hour, one home was hit. Hezbollah might now be the larger threat than the IRGC. This is absolutely stunning footage. Let's watch.
Going into Lebanon now and
rockets and missiles
dealing
coming
with
in.
those guys.
More explosions. More coming in. Absolutely stunning footage as the two sides continue to trade fire. Hezbollah now officially in the war, attacking Israel. The sound of the explosions is so loud it is shaking the ground. And then right here,
I was watching
this is more
TV
footage
and he
of
said
the
that
same strike.
his dad can't sleep because they're just bombing so much in Iran.
That is a look at where it hit.
Wow! Wow!
This is going to show yet again, there seem to be more and more holes opening up in Israel's air defense. Now, to be crystal clear, the majority is still getting shot down. No question about that. But as I started saying a couple days ago, it does feel like now every time they are fired on, that at least something is getting through. And this is further proof of that. Now, they're not the only ones getting shot at. The Iranians bombing an oil field in Iraq. They're going for the oil infrastructure now. Remember, President Trump bombed Karg Island in Iran, when the island off the coast of Iran, but Iranian territory, their main oil export hub, right? Hit it hard. I believe they hit more than 100 targets, but they did not hit the oil infrastructure. Now, Iran responding with direct hits against oil infrastructure in Iraq. And then right here,
the hand of these
Iran
Gulf countries.
releasing more footage of the Kibir Shekan missile that is being fired on Israel, one of the most powerful missiles in Iran's arsenal. You see the missiles are up. It's incredibly loud. There it is. Racing towards whatever target the IRGC is pointed them at. Some truly stunning footage. Iran going through, it does have missile launch capability. A lot of these launches are coming from eastern Iran, where we have not hit as many targets. We have absolutely decimated the west of Iran. Now they are firing from the east. Here, footage of a coalition interceptor knocking down an Iranian drone over West Baghdad.
Wow.
Huge explosion in the air. I believe we might have had a little tech issue there. I apologize if so. I want to make sure you guys can hear the sound of this explosion. So explosions continuing to rock.
Like a second or 2 seconds.
Different
after
places. Now, the
ignites.
UAE is under more attack. 6 more ballistic missiles have been intercepted in 21 attack drones. So far today, as of me filming this on March 16th, they have intercepted 6 more Iranian ballistic missiles and 21 one-way attack drones. As the UAE and Dubai remain a major target for the Iranian regime. But they are not alone. Saudi Arabia had 56 drones launched on it overnight. 56 drones launched at Saudi Arabia at their oil infrastructure. They are targeting the oil. Iran wants to blow up everyone's oil infrastructure, which is a massive escalation and further proves this situation is not done. Now we're going to get into the American side of the equation. You're not going to want to miss this. This is footage of missiles. Literally, you're in the video, you're going to see the missile come in right there. So that right there, there they are. The missiles are coming down. Right there, 2 more. That's 4 total. Right, the impact explosions. Unbelievable. Absolutely shocking footage. And this is in IRGC headquarters getting wiped out. Let's watch. You can see the aftermath of a massive bombing there. Just unbelievable carnage and destruction. Unlike anything we have seen prior to this war, it is shock and awe as we are now in week 3 of the conflict, entering week 3. Another look at Tehran getting just pummeled, hitting military and IRGC targets. CENTCOM. Now we're going to get into Trump's comments here shortly. Make sure to stick around. You don't want to miss that. Thousands of Iranian military targets have been struck by U.S. forces. So this is more bombings of missile sites. That is a missile launcher. Right here, multiple missile launchers. These likely, let's pause right here. These likely are anti-ship missiles. So they're getting rid of Iran's anti-ship missiles. They're either that or air defense, as we also work to open the Strait of Hormuz and defeat the Iranian threat to the world. The U.S. military, greatest military on the planet, and it ain't close. Now, Trump asked about the new supreme leader, Motojab, or however you pronounce his name, Khomeini.
About the Ayatollah's son, the new supreme leader? What are they telling you
Well,
about
it's
him?
not only them, it's you people. I mean, a lot of people are saying that he's badly disfigured. They're saying that he lost his leg, one leg, and he's, been hurt very badly. Other people are saying he's dead. Nobody's saying he's 100% healthy. And he hasn't spoken because the Ayatollah would sit and he'd spew hate from a form of a throne, not as nice as a throne.
So right there, President Trump making it clear the United States at this point in time does not know for sure the medical status. There's also been reports that he has been evacuated to Russia, but he is saying we don't even know if he's alive, but if he is alive, he is in critically wounded condition, possibly missing limbs, disfigured. And then right here, Trump announcing that they really don't even know who's actually functionally running the country.
But we don't know who their leader is. We have people wanting to
gotta assume it's
negotiate. We have no idea who they are.
So President Trump right there again, making it clear they do not even know who is fully in control. And then right here, Trump announcing this will be a massive day of strikes to get the Strait of Hormuz open.
What they're doing, but we're hitting them very hard. And today is a big day where we're pounding a certain area that has very much to do with the Strait. And I think we'll get it going very soon. In addition, we do have other nations coming in. You need people to watch and people to see. We have other nations coming in.
So President Trump announcing more massive strikes are underway. All right, I'm going to pull this off the screen. So as of me filming this on March 16th, Israel continues to take direct hits. Israel continues to be shot at by Hezbollah up in Lebanon. They continue to be shot at by the Iranians, by the IRGC, by the missile forces, as their air defense does its best to shoot down as many drones, missiles, and rockets that it possibly can. The United States continues up our bombing campaign as the Iranians also continue to target the oil infrastructure. So that is where we're at. President Trump with further comments making clear to the world what is going on at this very moment. I will continue to monitor the situation. As always, please make sure to like and subscribe. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Hit the bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. Thanks for watching. I'll see y'all when we have more updates.
Update. Monday night. Did 2C have anything else? Said he's going to be on Fox News at 2, I think. 7 o'clock, he's got something. So in 6 minutes, we'll watch that.
Here.
Wait, did they call the cops on him?
Yeah, I'm scared of you too. You're scared of me?
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, thank you for the feedback.
Yo, she's racist! Because of his color!
Oh, thank you. Did you get it out of the refrigerator?
What is wrong with you?
Make sure you cut the refrigerator.
Here.
Wait, did they call the cops on him?
Yeah, I'm scared of you too. You're scared of me?
Yeah.
Why?
You're cutting. You racist! Yo, she's racist! Because of his color!
Racist.
You see this hole through there? I'll show you. Some jackass farmer thought it was a great idea to shoot the light because it's bright. And then I can see that the bullet trajectory goes right to your house, you dumbass. You see this hole through there? I'll show you. Some jackass farmer thought it was a great idea to shoot the light because it's bright. And then I can see that the bullet trajectory goes right to your house, you dumbass. You see this hole through there? I'll show you. Some jackass farmer thought it was a great idea to shoot the light because it's bright. And then I can see that the bullet trajectory goes right to your house, you dumb.
This is really interesting.
I want to say that you are one of the most obvious examples of why leftists are one of the most ideologically inconsistent movements in human history. Earlier, you were cackling like a hyena about how conservatives are pedophile apologists for supporting a president that you have no citable proof is a pedophile. Yet, I see that on your social media, you've marched with the Free Palestine crowd. And not only that, you've supported Zohran Mamdani. Are you willing to publicly denounce all 2 billion Muslims in the world who believe that a warlord pedophile who married a 6-year-old and slept with her at 9 They believe he is, by declaration of faith, the greatest man to ever live. Denounce them.
Am I willing to denounce Muslims? Is that the question?
He says, are you going to denounce Muhammad?
Muhammad, I don't believe.
He married a
I don't believe in
6-year-old.
Muhammad. I don't worship Muhammad. Why do I have to denounce
No,
somebody
he didn't
I don't
ask if you worship him. He said, would you denounce him because you're so opposed to pedophilia?
No, he asked me would I denounce
Start
Muslims.
with Mamdani.
I'm not going to denounce Muslims. Why do I get?
Are you going to denounce Muhammad? That's kind of hypocritical.
Mary was 12 when Jesus was born. Can we denounce Jesus?
Is there evidence that our Blessed Mother was 12 years old? Do you have any evidence?
Historical evidence.
Great. Can you cite any of those
No, I can't
cases?
cite it and bring it with
I
me.
didn't think so. Okay.
This is really interesting.
Pahlavi. Why does this keep popping up? Thirty-minute video. He's mountain time, so that's 8 p.m. Pahlavi. Pahlavi. Johnny Cha. I'll wait here for a minute.
Welcome back to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has made a huge announcement in regards to the upcoming transition government in Iran and now the Transitional Committee. Also, the Iranian people inside the country, the Immortal Guard, are now arming themselves and are preparing for the uprising, the actual final battle against the Islamic occupation forces, following, of course, the strikes by the US and Israel. And also a major announcement from the Israeli Defense Forces, which we're going to show you, as they have finally started to target the schools in Iran. Finally, as you guys know, schools are closed. There are no civilian or children in schools, but they are being used as temporary bases for the IRGC's Basij unit. They are now getting hit by the IDF. A lot is happening. Also, as I said earlier today, we're still celebrating 1.5 million subscribers. So we are giving you guys the biggest thing ever that we have created on 2C TV Plus. Yes, lifetime memberships. Finally here, temporarily. It's a limited offer. You can actually save money over time. All right, you can join 2C TV Plus as a lifetime member. You will get a welcome phone call with me. We've had a lot of people joining today, so you will check your inboxes. We're going to get in touch with you guys over the next few days to obviously arrange the phone call with me. Free tickets to all 2C events, annual online 2C TV company conference with the rest of the team, and VIP customer support. If you already have a monthly or annual memberships, you can upgrade it, of course, but this is a limited offer. It's not on the website. There are people who go on the website saying, I can't find it. It's not on the website. The link is in the description under the video in the box. Check it out there. Also, I'm going to do a pinned comment after. All right, the Israelis have started to hit the schools. This is the first one that we have as an example, a boys' school in Khomein that was turned into an IRGC military base. Today, the Israeli Defense Forces have destroyed it. This was the photo after when they targeted this, and of course a huge number of militants were taken out as well. Again, as a reminder, schools are closed. There are no children, no civilians currently in these places, but until now it was a bit of a taboo. It was politically incorrect, and of course both the Israelis and the Americans have been doing their risk assessment over the last few days to see whether they can or can't hit these targets. As you can see, it's happening now. Now, where are they going to go? Because the checkpoints have been getting hit. 40. They went under the bridges. The drones went under the bridges and hit them. They went into tunnels. The drones went into the tunnels and hit them. They went to schools. The drones and, of course, the fighter jets are hitting them. What next? Where can they actually go? Also, on the other side, the Immortal Guard. These are the Iranian people against the Islamic occupation. They have now made their move. They are preparing. They are arming themselves after being called upon by the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi to be on standby. For now, stay at home, be prepared. Eventually, you're going to come out. We're going to take control. We're going to liberate cities in Iran one by one. And the Crown Prince said he will return. He will be alongside them in the first liberated city in Iran. So they have now begun stockpiling weapons. And let's just go to this video. Probably don't need the music in the background. But you can see they are preparing. They also have obviously Molotov cocktails and a lot of other improvised devices that they are preparing for themselves. So this is going to be a huge next phase in this conflict. And the conflict that we're talking about is not really about the United States and Israel in Iran, because firstly, the war is not against Iran, the war is against the Islamic Republic. Also, the wider conflict that we're talking about is about everybody against the Islamic Republic, the Israelis, the Americans, and the Iranians as well. Now, Reza Pahlavi, the Crown Prince, has made yet another announcement with a new transitional committee, especially when it comes to the justice transition and what's going to happen with the infrastructure. The moment he returns with the rest of the team, we can see that the committees, the cabinet, the government is getting structured. It's getting more organized. It's actually been announced. There's a lot of work behind the scenes that his team are doing. Let's go to this announcement with the English subtitles and then we shall come back.
همیهنان عزیزم، برای شما که در 5 دهه گذشته قربانی بی‌عدالتی، شکنجه و سرکوب جمهوری اسلامی بوده اید، برای مادران و پدران، دختران و پسران، خواهران و برادران داغدار و دادخواهی که این رژیم ضحاکی هر سال، هر ماه و هر روز بر شمار و رنجهای شما افزوده است، امروز با افتخار و در راستای تحقق عدالت برای تک تک شما حکم تأسیس کمیته تدوین مقررات عدالت انتقالی را صادر کردم. این کمیته مأمور تدوین مقررات یک دادگاه و یک کمیسیون حقیقتیاب خواهد بود. اعضای این کمیته ایرانیانی متخصص و با تجربه از 4 نسل متفاوت هستند. دکتر شیرین عبادی، آقای ایرج مصداقی، دکتر لیلا بهمنی و دکتر افشین الیان. ریاست این کمیته را خانم عبادی پذیرفتند. همچنین شماری از برجسته‌ترین حقوقدانان بین‌المللی به عنوان مشاور این کمیته را یاری خواهند داد. عدالت انتقالی بخش مهمی از برنامه گذار قانونمند ماست. حقیقت روشن خواهد شد. عدالت اجرا خواهد شد. نور بر تاریکی پیروز خواهد شد. پاینده ایران.
Absolutely brilliant move. The reason this is very important, again, in case some of you might not be able to read the subtitles, it's quite small, not my fault. The summary was, there's now a team. First things first, one of the things that they've been working on behind the scenes all this time, the Crown Prince's team, is to unite the different type of oppositions that you've had for years and decades. You've had various groups, oppositions, and they've finally been united under one umbrella, one leader, the opposition leader, the Crown Prince. And you've got these people who are educated, who are experienced, some inside Iran, some outside Iran. They're all getting together. The first thing that is announced as part of this new transition government, which obviously he mentioned a couple of days ago, as we said, that he's preparing to return. So he's preparing the transition. He first published the blueprint, which I also showed you. But the first major policy announcement is actually about the justice transition. The reason for that is because the first thing you need to do once you take over is to sort out the issue of justice. Justice must be served. There will be a lot of people, as part of the IRGC, as part of the current government and the regime, that need to face justice. There also needs to be basic judiciary, transitional-wise, to be able to keep the country together. You can't, for example, make the first announcement to be fixing potholes or the taxes. You can't do that. You have to sort out the fundamentals, and this is what they are doing. We'll get back to that in a second, but let's go to the latest videos we are receiving. The Islamic Republic are either running out of missiles or missile launchers, because they are only launching handful of missiles each time against Israel and their neighboring countries. Tonight in Israel, we had the IDF soldiers and Israeli civilians watching in Tel Aviv one of the missiles from Iran getting intercepted, and of course easily, obviously, and celebrating. Watch this moment. Beautiful. And it's coming. Amazing work, interceptors. Great job, the arrow system. Anyway, we then had the IRGC spokesman. The IRGC spokesman. It reminds me of that guy from the Houthis. Do you remember the Houthi guys in Yemen? The guy who thought that he looked very alpha, but every time he started speaking in his press conference, firstly, when he was making his announcements, it just sounded like he's just shouting for no reason. He was like, also, he had literally a high-pitched voice. He was like, he's so alpha, and he's like, death to Israel, death to Israel. And then he got killed. Whoopsie. But this guy is now taking it to a new level. The IRGC spokesman, who's been threatening everybody over the last few days, has now decided to learn basic English and threatened President Donald J. Trump. Watch this beauty.
A message to the President of the United States. The outcome of war cannot be determined by tweets. The result of a war is determined in the field, the very place where you and your forces do not dare to approach, and you can only talk about it in your tweets. It's better to name this war as Epic Fear instead of Epic Fury.
Oh, to be fair, that was funny at the end. He said it's probably best to name the operation Epic Fear than Epic Fury. He definitely got that from ChatGPT. That was good, actually. But he keeps saying tweet. President Trump doesn't tweet. Firstly, nobody tweets because Twitter's gone. It's X. Secondly, President Trump has his own social media. You know, Truth Social. Get it right, man. Get it right. Anyway, so while he's doing that, and he thinks that President Trump is losing for some reason, they are losing more of their leaders. We can now confirm on 2C TV that, yes, another one bites the dust. Brigadier General Ibrahim, this is a long name. What is it again? Montazavinas. I don't know. It's not even Iranian. It's an Arabic name. I don't even care. Ibrahim. Let's call him Ibrahim. He was the leader of the IRGC Basid resistance in Shiraz. He was responsible for the massacre of thousands and thousands of Iranian civilians in Shiraz and across the country only 2 months ago in January. Well, he's now gone.
That guy.
Bye-bye.
Oh, they killed him.
It was fun while we had you.
Oh,
But
well,
where is the
okay.
Supreme Leader? We showed you earlier on 2C TV exclusively that he was busy coming out as gay and also going on interviews answering why he's gay. But we now have the latest video from the Supreme Leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. What has he been up to tonight? Oh, he just got married to Tucker Carlson.
Welcome, Tucker Carlson, to our humble church.
Thank you, Father. It's an honor to be here.
And we are pleased to have your friend, the Ayatollah, with us. He wouldn't miss it. Do you take this cardboard cutout to be your lawfully wedded wife? I do. Certainly I do. But of course I do. Wonderful. You may now kiss the cutout.
Now, there are people, unfortunately, on social media who would tell you that this video is not real. They will tell you that this is AI for some reason. I can confirm that this is legit and this wedding actually happened and the cardboard Supreme Leader is now on his honeymoon in Qatar with Tucker Carlson. Meanwhile, President Trump, of course, found out earlier that, well, not earlier, it was announced that he found out a few days ago that Mojtaba Khamenei might not be into girls. He's into boys. Nothing wrong with it, but it is if you're the Supreme Leader of the Islamic Republic, because they don't like gays, even though half of them are. Not as bad as Afghanistan, the Taliban, 75% of them are, but it's just a very, very hypocritical concept. But apparently, according to the White House, President Trump has been laughing about this for days. He has not been able to stop laughing. Now, a lot of people were wondering, what was the conversation like in the Oval Office, that meeting, when President Trump found out about Mojtaba Khamenei's sexuality? Well, we now have exclusive footage of the president finding out that moment.
Are you a homosexual, Clay?
I am. Yes, Mr. Trump, I am.
No, is that true?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
But
Marcus, did you know that Clay was gay?
Yes, I did. When we first...
Did everybody know this?
Yeah,
Yes,
sure.
yes.
Or not? Okay.
He let
Because
people
I didn't
know.
know it.
Did everybody know he was gay? I didn't know. Anyway, we had to take a break. It's been quite stressful over the last few days and few weeks. But that's what we do on 2C TV. We give you guys the news and also legit footage from exclusive secret meetings. Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, is back from the dead, as you guys know. He apparently died on Friday, and on the third day, on Sunday, he was risen again. And today he has made another video announcement sending a Persian New Year message to the Iranians. 4 days from now, we're going to have the Persian New Year, which is obviously is going to be a little bit chaotic, but this with the final New Year in Iran with the Islamic Republic. Let's go to the message from the Prime Minister.
To the brave people of Iran, I wish you, as I do every year, a happy holiday season beginning with the Festival of Lights. It signifies the age-old belief of the Iranian people that light will triumph over darkness, that good will triumph over evil. This year, this holiday has special meaning. Celebrate it with your friends, your family, your loved ones. I take this opportunity to wish you a happy Nowruz, a year of freedom a new beginning of hope to all of you, my dear friends. Nowruz Piruz, Payande Iran.
Yes, that means long live Iran. Okay, now while the normal Iranian people are getting ready for the final battle, especially the immortal guard of Iran under the leadership of the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, well, the Islamic Republic have also been busy getting their own recruitment sorted out. The problem here is that the Western European countries, for the past few decades, especially the last couple of decades, have had an open border policy, especially countries like Germany. The problem with that is that you have invited people into your countries without vetting their backgrounds. The IRGC members have been flooding into Europe and places like Canada and Australia and New Zealand. Now, the issue with this is that, on the one hand, some of them are already here and some of them will stay here. Some will join them. This is now the European problem. On the other hand, those who came to Europe, again, countries like Germany, took advantage of the generosity of the European systems, empowered themselves, and now they are going back to Iran to fight against the Iranian people. We have evidence tonight of a so-called, well, a few German nationals. Now, they are German nationals because of the German passport. They are not ethnically from Deutschland. They are, in fact, Iranian. They are part of the Islamic Republic, who somehow, all these years, instead of living in Iran under their beautiful, wonderful authoritarian dictatorship, they decided to move to the West, make more money. Now they're going back to fight against the Iranian people in support of the Islamic dictatorship. Here's one of them.
Hallo liebe Freunde, ich heiße Benjamin, ich bin 40 Jahre alt, Familienvater, bin seit Montag wieder zurück aus Deutschland wegen aktuelle situation. mich brauchen, deswegen bin ich wieder zurückgekehrt. گفتم که سلام دوستان، من بنیامینم، 40 سالمه، پدر یه خانواده‌ام. به خاطر اینکه فکر کردم مملکتم دوباره منو میخواد، به خاطر همین من دوباره از دوشنبه برگشتم.
So he said it first in German, then in Persian, and there are a few of them. This is the group of them that all came from Germany. First things first, Germany, you must scrap their citizenship. If they try to come back to your country, arrest and deport immediately. Secondly, find out every single person who's connected to these guys in Germany, get rid of them as well. They should all actually, at this point, stay in Iran. Because once the regime is toppled, these guys must face justice. The Iranian people want the IRGC guys to all go back so they could face justice. Hopefully they will face actual justice, because otherwise you don't want to know what normal Iranian people would do to these guys if they get their hands on them. So if you are working in any of these governments, from France to Sweden, tell your people. Tell your ministers, tell your prime ministers and presidents, man up and deport. You don't want these people in your country. Enough is enough. Now, they are now telling us there is a leaked audio message from Iran, from the Islamic Republic, that has been leaked to the Telegraph. Apparently, according to this, the sources in the Islamic Republic, the Supreme Leader, the cardboard Supreme Leader with one leg, Mojtaba Khamenei, only managed to survive the first day of the attacks, apparently just because he stepped outside just for a moment as the bombs were being dropped. Let's quickly go and listen to this, again with subtitles, and then we shall come back.
یکی مکان خود آقا بود، با 3 تا موشک به خود اون مکان زد. یکم این که آقا هنرش این بود وقتی فرماندهان ما شهید شدن، یک فردی به نام شهید محمد شیرازی اونجا اینجا به عنوان مسئول دفتر نظامی حضرت آقا بود. اون 12 روزه تا زدن این سران نو یه دیدار ایشون با آقا تمام افراد منصوب شدن. اطلاعات کل نظامی ها رو این عزیز داشت. دیروز تشنازش بود، یک شنبه میبرن مشهدشون رو. آقای شیرازی خیلی عجیبه، هم برادر شهید هم تو این چندین سال تمام کارهای نظامی آقا رو انجام میداد. دشمن حواسش بود آقا رو میزنه ایشون هم بزنه تا کسی رو نتونه معرفی کنه و تا معرفی کردن اینا بتونن یه فرصتی رو به دست بیارن تا آخرش هم نتونستن چیزی پیدا کنن. آخرش چند کیلو گوشت رو اینا پیدا کردن. این تقصیر خود آقا مجتبی بود. عدو شود سبب خیر اگر خدا خواهد و مکر الله و الله خیر الماکرین. چقدر فکر کردن، چقدر حساب کتاب کردن که ایشون رو هم با آقا بزنن. ایشون تو منزل بود، آقا مصطفی هم با خانمش تو منزل بود، آقای مصباح دامادشون تو منزل بود. اینا 3 نفری یه جا نشسته بودن، یعنی 3 مکان همونجا، 3 سویت بخونه موزیا اونجا نشسته بودن. تقدیرات الهی بود که آقا مجتبی یک کاری تو حیات داره، بره تو حیات انجام بده بیاد.
What was he doing? What was he doing outside? He had to do something outside, right? To probably see his goat. But so he got lucky, but these guys are saying this is some sort of biblical miracle. Not really. He just had to go have a cigarette and he got lucky. But also, if this is true, this is what they're saying, speaking to the IRGC commanders. I mean, okay, fair enough. If you say so, darling. The Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has also done another statement about tomorrow to the international community and friends of Iran. Tomorrow night, Tuesday, the 17th of March. My compatriots across Iran will celebrate Charshanbe Suri, which I'll explain in a second, in their alleys and neighborhoods. Charshanbe Suri is our, well, he's going to explain actually, as our ancient fire festival of joy and renewal, a cherished tradition rooted in our civilization for millennia. The regime has issued threats of deadly force to suppress these peaceful celebrations and prevent the Iranian people from honoring their heritage. I urge you to keep your eyes on Iran. Do not allow the regime to use violence against the people determined to celebrate life, light, and hope in the face of darkness. As he explained, the Charshanbe Suri is basically the final night before the last Wednesday of the year. And there's bonfire, jump over fire, fireworks, everything. And it's basically about burning off the previous year, getting ready for the new year, starting fresh. The regime is terrified. They are so terrified about what's going to happen here. Fire, fireworks, firecrackers, that sounds terrifying if you are part of the Islamic occupation. Tomorrow is going to be extremely important. Of course, we're going to give you guys the live coverage of this day on 2C TV as usual, but obviously keep an eye on that situation. Earlier tonight, today I was on Fox News and we were discussing the situation in Iran. We have posted, if you want to watch that interview, we have posted it on this channel on YouTube on the videos tab. You could watch that. I think it's about 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes. But there was one moment where I was asked whether the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic, Abbas Araghchi, mini foreign minister, he claimed that he's shut down the internet in Iran because he has access to the internet himself because he's the voice of the Iranian people. I know a lot of you guys who knew that I was going to go on Fox News, you were expecting me to be extremely professional, extremely serious and boring like these robotic politicians and media people. Nope. I had to do it. I had to tell the truth. Unfortunately, in order to do that, I had to throw Tim Walz under the bus as well.
Let's hope that might be the case. What's interesting is that the only information that's coming out of Iran now seems to be from Abbas Araghchi, Pezeshkian to some degree, and maybe a couple of others, because rank and file Iranians, the Iranians, they don't have access to the internet. And Araghchi was asked about that the other day. Listen to what he said.
The Iranian people don't have open internet access, but you do. Why?
Well, because I'm the voice of Iranians, and I have to defend their right. So this is why I have access, but internet is closed because of the security reasons.
I am the voice of Iranians. Is that the case?
It's like Tim Walz saying he's the voice of Minnesota. It's not true. Of course, it's not just not the voice of the Iranian people. He's also not the voice of the regime. I had to. You send me on the mainstream media. This is going to happen. What were you thinking? Yes, he is not the representative of, well, neither the Iranian people nor the regime, because nobody actually cares what Abbas Araghchi is talking about, just like how nobody cares what Tim Walz is talking about.
But
now,
it ain't working.
Now the issue is, the main question is, which one is worse? Now that is a tough question. Tim or Abbas? Okay, so there is a couple of things to discuss, especially when it comes to, I'm going to quickly go to Tel Aviv. We have the live feed from there and get some reaction. What has happened? Also, don't forget, another plug, limited offer. We're doing it. We are making ourselves bankrupt. That's why it's limited. Unlike other new media channels and also some big mainstream platforms where they offer permanent lifetime memberships all the time and ask for thousands and thousands of dollars. We don't do that here. You can become a lifetime member of 2CTV Plus today for only £399 or about $500. And that's it. One-off payment forever. You will get a welcome phone call with me directly if you want to. Free tickets for all 2C events, annual online 2CTV company conference, and VIP customer support. But also, obviously, you get full access to everything else. Our app, the documentaries, interviews, original series, our podcasts, and many other shows. We have a political stand-up comedy coming up as well. And if you already have a monthly and annual membership, you can upgrade it. But if you are new, you can't find this page on the website. There's no menu tab. You can only join by clicking on the link in the description. People have been emailing saying, where do I sign up? I explain it every time. Link in the description box under the video. Okay, hopefully that was helpful. First comment. Uncle Brad says, I have obtained my lifetime membership earlier today. Welcome to the 2C Army. That is dangerous. That is 2C Army. 2C Tribe. I can already feel the lefties are going to blame Israel. Well, for this, for the war. Yeah, I blame Israel. And good for Israel. Why is Trump letting PRC China receive oil shipments? We know why. When they continue to provide the Islamic Republic arms and intelligence. One step at a time. Pick your battles. The bigger, longer-term campaign is about the Chinese Communist Party. You can't just fight against everybody at the same time. And it's kind of obvious when it comes to geopolitics. So, got the lifetime membership. Oh, we got more people. Brilliant. Thank you. Wood. Thanks for offering that. Much appreciated. What needs to happen on the ground in Iran to definitely say that the IRGC is officially fallen when normal people are in charge. So the good thing is right now, the Iranian people who are against the Islamic occupation, now they're getting armed. So you got the actual armed forces, the army of the nation, not the IRGC military. You got those guys with experience, with guns. And you also have the immortal guard of basically the civilians who are arming themselves. And this is the final battle. You can't just go around and do some sort of civil protest saying, please, can I have my country back? Well, no, you're going to get shot. And this is the final battle. Everybody's getting ready. They are getting armed. And the moment that you see the flag, the Sun and Lion flag, then that's it. Then the Crown Prince will return. And they will take control. Of course, the top names, whether they flee or get arrested or die, that is their final moment. Now, of course, there will still be hundreds of thousands of our IRGC members around, but it's about those in charge. You take them out or you get them, capture them, it's over.
What are you doing?
Now, it's easy to say, but there's a whole process coming with that. Do you think all 3 women, Iranian football players, will be imprisoned or killed and may have been threatened to return or harm to their families?
In the middle of something.
Based on the experience we've had with the regime, unfortunately, yeah, we do expect them to have been arrested and obviously tortured and everything else. But they're not going to give us any updates on that, the regime. So it's gone completely quiet for now. We will get more information eventually. I didn't know the word united was pronounced United End. Mr. Joke. I was happy to see you on Fox News. With that said, please stay independent. What's that got to do with me going on Fox? Keep your circles tight. You are the... Why are you guys worried? It's not like Fox News offered me a job. For the record, in case you don't know about me, I have some problems. Oh, massive problems in my head. I am a contrarian and massive ADHD. I'm not a team player. I can't be told what to do. If you tell me not to touch it, I'm going to touch it twice. And that's one of the reasons that when I had normal jobs in my 20s, I used to jump from job to job. I just can't be part of a team. I can't have a boss. I can't be controlled. I can't be owned. It's a tough life. That's why I thought maybe the best thing to do is just start your own business and actually give something back. Be useful. One day I will be useful, but not now. So I can't even sell out. Even if I wanted to, I can't. It's just impossible. TC, like F this, the name is Arabic. Oh, the guy's name, the commander. Why do they have these long Arabic names? Be normal. Why can't you all just be called Tusi or Pahlavi? Nice names. From Baghdad, Bab to Tehran, Tom. Oh, that is a good one. I'm stealing that joke as well. And you cannot take credit. That's it. I stole a joke last night from one of you guys. And actually, I posted on X proudly without giving you guys credit. What was the joke? See, I can't remember now. What was the joke? I need to go back. See, because it wasn't my joke, I completely forgot. Oh no, that's so bad. Got it. Apparently this joke was actually used 20 years ago during the Iraq war. But why are there no Walmarts in Iran? Because they are all targets. It's mine now. I stole the joke, even though I keep forgetting what it is. And now I'm going to steal Tehran Tom. That's a good one too. Thanks for that. Only in Israel can you see the Israelis party outside instead of taking shelter while watching the interceptions. You got to love our energy. Yes, but there's another country that does that. No, it's not Palestine. Nope, it's not Nigeria. It's definitely not Pakistan. It's Iran, as we've been showing you guys the insanity of the Iranian people who keep having parties while watching the US and the Israelis doing their strikes against the IRGC. So like, go back inside. Stop being on the rooftops. It's not safe. But they're loving it. They're playing music. The Israelis and the Iranians are built differently, of course. Absolute crazy people everywhere. All right. The Canadians must vote for Conservatives. Yep. British for Restore. Restore UK is Restore Britain. That's Reform UK. Different party. You mix the parties. And French for National Rally. German for AFD to end immigration and start remigration, says Kevin. Merch idea. Trump and Netanyahu setting mousetraps. Ooh, that is a good one. Although I think it's going to be outdated because I think things are moving very quickly at this point. If I had the idea 2 weeks ago, I am so tired of YouTube censoring me. What are you saying, Henry, that you get censored? Male goats. Oh, there we go. That's why. Male goats should be worried about the new leader. I wonder what you were typing before. So, which lefty loon is going to start a gays for Khomeini support group? Well, for the record, we don't know if Khomeini was gay, but we know Khamenei was, the one who just died, and his son, definitely. We don't know about Khomeini, the first supreme leader who died in 1989. I wouldn't be surprised, but you know. From a Romanian who lived through dictatorship, I understand your struggle. Stay strong. I pray for the freedom and success of the Iranian people. Thank you so much. And yes, let's stay hopeful. It's coming home. IRGC says, we are dying, but no fun for you. Looks up. Niche jokes happening tonight. Mojtaba wasn't having a cigarette in that courtyard. He was smoking a bowl. To be fair, these guys are obsessed with opium. They're all addicted to opium. I don't even know why. But a huge chunk of these so-called clerics, the ayatollahs and mullahs,
yeah,
they're all on opium.
Big
That's I don't know. Maybe that's how they're living forever. Maybe that's the secret. Embarrassed and disgusted as an Australian right now. What separates Albanese from the IRGC by knowingly sending those poor girls to their torturous death. To be fair, at the end of it, when those who were giving asylum and they still said we changed our mind. Obviously, they didn't. They were forced to. The Australian government couldn't really stop them because they would have then become outraged because they were the reason they were going back was because their families were getting tortured. So it was a bit of a lose-lose situation. But yes, I agree when it comes to the initial decision or lack of decision from the Australian government on the first couple of days when they had a chance to quietly get them to defect. Albanese didn't do anything.
Wow.
Jeff says, any concessions for the lifetime membership? I'm 76, so it seems, is that questionable? I think that's supposed to be questionable as to whether it's economic. It might be easier if you just join on a monthly basis, by the way, if you don't want lifetime. Although, as I said, it's still better than the other websites, certain websites and platforms, lifetime memberships of what, $2,000, $3,000. That's just insanity, guys. I'd rather, because we're losing money for this in the long run, I'd rather do that than just be greedy and like
get the 400
do it for the sake of money, because that's just crazy stuff. I apologize for my failed joke, so here's something to make it up. Thank you for being such an amazing person and showing us the true news. Ah, see, now that's lovely, but it's not funny. Get funny again. Cardboard Charlie is going to the burn pile. Anyway. On that note, don't forget, the limited offer is going away. This is the last chance. Otherwise, I'm going away forever. Become a member of 2CTV Plus. You now can have lifetime membership. One-off payment is over. Don't worry about direct debits or confusions or whatever. Even if you are already a monthly or annual member, you can upgrade it. Only £399 or about $500. You will also get welcome phone call with me, free tickets to our events, an annual online company conference, and a VIP customer service. Just click on the link in the description under the video and join the dark side. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media.
You're okay, lovies. Yep, she wants to keep playing. Lay back down, Gabe. Let her crawl up on you again. Oh, diva. This one is in 20 minutes. Yeah, she's been.
I'm speaking now specifically of Christians. All right. So in the case of the New Zealand Christchurch mosque attack, the Australian fellow, he killed the 51 Muslims in their mosque.
Christ, but I think she might walk before.
Now,
she's
brace
one.
yourself for a small list that I compiled some time back, and it's actually not up to date, but you'll get the point, of what Muslims have done to Christians in their places of worship. Now, I'm not even talking about Muslims just randomly killing Christians and any kind of, I'm trying to get you a sort of tit for tat, which means, okay, you have an example of a non-Muslim entering mosques and killing worshipers. So now let me give you an example of Muslims entering churches and killing Christians. And then I think as I give you these examples, you might start seeing where I'm going with this. Again, this is a random list, but I'm going to try to go through it real quick. Sri Lanka, April 2018, on Easter Sunday, Muslim terrorists bombed 3 churches and three hotels. In the end, 359 people, mostly Christians, are killed. 500 injured. A lot bigger than killing 51 Muslims in 2 mosques, isn't it? All right, let's continue. Nigeria, April 2014, Easter Sunday. Muslim terrorists torch a packed church. 150 Christians burned alive. Pakistan, March 2016. Following Easter Sunday services, Muslim terrorists bomb a park where Christians had congregated after church. More than 70, mostly women and children, killed. There was human flesh on the walls of our house, recalled a witness. Democratic Republic of Congo, February 2025, kind of recent. Muslim militants rounded up and marched 70 Christians to a church, tied them up, and decapitated all of them with knives.
Is a pain in the butt right now.
Iraq, October 31, 2011.
The worst.
Muslims stormed a church in Baghdad during worship, opened fire indiscriminately before detonating their suicide vests, killing and being killed, in the words of the Quran. Nearly 60 Christians, mostly women, children, and some babies, were killed. Nigeria, April 8, 2012, Easter Sunday. Explosives planted by Muslims are blown up near 2 churches, more than 50 Christians killed. Nigeria, June 5th, 2022, Pentecost Sunday. Muslims opened fire on a packed church, killing more than 50. Egypt, April 9, 2017, Palm Sunday. Muslims bombed 2 very packed churches. At least 45 Christians are killed, more than 100 injured. Nigeria again, December 25th, Christmas, 2011. During Christmas Day services, Muslim terrorists shoot up and bomb 3 churches. 37 people killed, nearly 37 injured. Egypt, December 11, 2016. Islamic suicide bombing of 2 churches leaves 29 people killed, 47 injured. Burkina Faso, African nation, August 2024. Muslim militants slit the throats of 26 Christians inside their church, peacefully worshiping. Syria, this is a recent one, kind of. In June 2025, Muslims murdered 25 Christians, again, mostly women and children, and wounded nearly 100 inside a Damascus church. According to eyewitnesses, one or two armed men, Muslims, entered the Mar Elias Greek Orthodox Church in Damascus during Mass when it was packed with about 350 people, and they indiscriminately opened fire before detonating an explosive inside the sanctuary, like other examples I just gave. When we got to the church, we found the doorway filled with body parts, said a relief helper who arrived soon after the attack. Photos showed charred and blood-splattered floors with shrapnel peppering the church walls. Russia, June 2024. Muslim terrorists launch attacks on several churches and synagogues in the Muslim region of Dagestan. At least 21 people were killed, dozens wounded. Terrorists yelling Allahu Akbar slit the throat of an elderly and ailing Orthodox priest in one of these attacks, and at least one church was set aflame. Nigeria, again, April 2012. Muslims slaughtered 20 Christians inside their church during Sunday worship. Democratic Republic of Congo, January 2023. Muslims bomb a church during a Sunday baptismal ceremony. At least 14 Christians were blown to pieces, and the Islamic State claimed the attack, said that 20 to 63 others were actually wounded. Indonesia, May 2018. Muslims bombed 3 churches. 13 Christians were killed and dozens injured. Egypt, January 1st, 2011. Muslim terrorists bomb an Alexandrian church during New Year's Eve Mass. 21 Christians killed. In the words of one eyewitness, body parts were strewn all over the street outside and were brought inside the church after some Muslims started stepping on them and chanting chants like Allahu Akbar. So after the Christians were blown up out of their church, random Muslim passersby stomped on the dead parts screaming Allahu Akbar. Philippines, January 2019. Muslim terrorists bomb a cathedral. At least 20 Christians were killed. More than 100 injured. Indonesia, December 24, 2000. During Christmas Eve services, Muslim terrorists bombed several churches. 18 killed, over 100 injured. Burkina Faso, again, February 2024. Muslim gunmen storm a Catholic church. During service, open fire, murder 15 Christians. Pakistan, March 15, 2015. Muslim suicide bombers kill at least 14 Christians in attacks on 2 churches. Germany, December 19th, 2016. Near the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church in Berlin, a Muslim man drove a truck into a Christmas market. 13 are killed, 53 injured. Egypt again, December 29, 2017. Muslim gunmen shot up a church in Cairo. 9 Christians were killed. Egypt, January 6, 2010. Following Christmas Eve Mass, according to the Orthodox calendar, Muslims shot 6 Christians dead as they were leaving their church after celebrating Christmas. Russia, again, February 18, 2018, a Muslim man carrying a knife and a double-barreled shotgun enters a church, opens fire. 5 people, all women, are killed. At least 5 more are injured. France, July 2016, Muslims entered a church and slit the throat of the officiating priest, 84-year-old Father Jacques Hamel, and took 4 nuns hostage until French authorities managed to kill the terrorists. Turkey, January 2024, 2 masked gunmen entered a Catholic church and opened fire. 1 man was killed and another injured. Surveillance footage showed the rest of the 40 or so congregants running away in panic. Okay, now we have all this compared to what happened in New Zealand, which got its own day and which we're all talking about right now. Now, this list that I just gave you is hardly comprehensive. In Nigeria alone, where 1 Christian is slaughtered every 2 hours, look it up, by Muslims. Muslims have destroyed or torched some 20,000 churches in Christian schools. And I don't know how many undocumented souls were died and perished in those torchings. But because Nigeria doesn't matter, those black lives don't matter because they're Christian, you won't hear about what's happening in Nigeria, which I'm going to talk about a little bit some more. Nor does the list that I just gave you include all the botched terrorist attempts on churches. There are so many all the time where actually the terrorists don't get it right, the bomb doesn't work, they get arrested beforehand. For example, there was an attack on another Indonesian church during Palm Sunday in 2021, and the only people that died were the suicide bombers. A Muslim man and his pregnant wife. Closer to home, and more recent still, according to an October 2025 report, Alexander Scott Mercurio, an 18-year-old convert to Islam, was arrested in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho for, quote, planning a suicide attack on multiple churches. According to the report, quote, law enforcement claims that he was going to attack local places of worship with knives, guns, and flame. Nor, again, does the list that I just rattled off here include all the daily non-fatal attacks on European churches. Okay, the desecration, constant, nonstop, daily. Feces smeared on churches, urine, churches being lit on fire, catching fire, as they say. And, of course, the media goes out of its way to tell you, oh, who could possibly be doing this? It must be an accident, right? You know, to be fair, I follow this very closely. And once in a while, you'll see who the culprit is. It'll be described as a North African-looking man or an Asian man, okay? Or sometimes you will know it's a Muslim and they capture him and his name's Muhammad or something. But having said that, because of the frequency of attacks on churches all throughout Europe, I don't think it's all just Muslims. It's their allies, you know, the left, okay, and all its manifestations.
We're back. Got it again. Why my Rumble still won't go up? Wait, okay. Where's my YouTube? All right. Well. Let's see what.
To be sure, this is why in Canada churches are set aflame all the time. It's not so much Muslims, actually. It's lunatic lefties, the woke crowd. But having said that, I know for a fact Muslims are also involved and probably have the lion's share, I would think, of all the attacks. In France alone, I think you can look it up, 2 churches are attacked every single day, desecrated. It's so common and people are so desensitized, it doesn't make the news. That's my point. If this were to happen to a mosque, it'd be all over the news.
Didn't the UK just allow one of their churches to be graffitied or something like that not too long ago? Let's look that up. UK church. I think it might have been the Church of England. Yeah, this one. Oldest Christian cathedral in England to face the graffiti stickers.
A centuries-old symbol of English heritage has become the latest flashpoint for cultural controversy. The United Kingdom's Canterbury Cathedral, the nation's oldest and one of its most revered places of worship, shocked visitors on Friday with the installation of graffiti-style art along its stone walls and columns. The display coincided with the historic appointment of Sarah Mullally as the first female Archbishop of Canterbury, intensifying debate around the Church of England's modern artistic choices. Titled Hear Us, the installation used large stickers simulating graffiti to pose deeply personal questions to God, ranging from God, what happens when we die? To, why did you create hate when love is by far more powerful? According to The Times, the project was inspired by collaboration with marginalised communities and a team of skilled artists, conceived by poet Alex Vellis and curator Jacqueline Creswell. Cathedral staff defended the artwork, noting that historical graffiti, including Mason's marks, pilgrim inscriptions, and religious symbols, has long existed within the building. Public reaction, however, was swift and scathing. US Vice President J.D. Vance condemned the installation on social media, saying, "It is weird to me that these people don't see the irony of honouring marginalised communities by making a beautiful historical building really ugly." Brian Knight, Senior Counsel at Alliance Defending Freedom, echoed the sentiment, calling it the equivalent of a middle-aged elementary school teacher trying to rap to reach the kids. Demeaning, embarrassing, and counterproductive for all involved. Criticism extended to prominent tech figures. Elon Musk tweeted, "Whoever approved this travesty should be fired immediately," adding, "Relentless anti-Western propaganda has made so many people in the West want to suicide their own culture. Unfortunately, propaganda works." Defending the project, David Monteith, Dean of Canterbury, emphasised that the graffiti-style transfers were temporary and would leave no permanent marks. Monteith told Fox News Digital,
Seeing the bold graffiti-style transfers juxtaposed against the cathedral's stonework is undoubtedly jarring and will be unacceptable for some. But how can considering sincere questions of faith and meaning within a place of worship be interpreted as sacrilegious or a travesty? People will love or hate our Hear Us installation, no question. But I would encourage people to come and experience the artworks for themselves and make up their own minds.
This is not the first time the Church of England has courted controversy with contemporary art. In 2017, amid the Syrian refugee crisis, artist Arabella Dorman transformed St James's Church in Piccadilly, London with Suspended, a display of 700 salvaged refugee garments hung over parishioners, blending social commentary with sacred space. Canterbury Cathedral now stands at the centre of a fierce cultural debate.
Be called Islamophobia, but because it's happening to churches, well, it doesn't really matter, does it? And nobody cares, and we're all desensitized by now.
You should have a real fear of Islam.
Based on that list that I just gave you of all those bombings in churches and how many Christians died, if you add it up, it's something like at least 1,000 Christians, at least, okay, who were peacefully worshiping in their churches until Muslims walked in and killed them and bombed themselves and whatnot. Just like what happened in the 2 mosques in New Zealand, right? Same exact scenario. Now, here's the pressing question for everyone at the UN. If one non-Muslim attack, which claimed 51 Muslim lives, was enough for the UN to establish an international day to combat Islamophobia, why have countless Muslim attacks on churches not been enough for the UN to establish, say, an international day to combat Christianophobia? This hasn't even been mentioned. Every single one of these attacks that I told you, if any official from the UN or related bodies were to even acknowledge them, he would go out of his way to tell you this has nothing to do with the religion. This isn't Islam. This is just criminals, random criminals. They may be screaming Allahu Akbar and reading the Quran and quoting it and saying, let's kill infidels. Has nothing to do with religion whatsoever, okay? There's nothing to see here. Move on. It's all about what happened in New Zealand.
Yeah, death to America means nothing.
New Zealand, what would you say? 51 Muslims were killed? The examples that I gave you, which are just, again, this is a sampling. This is not in any way, shape, or form reflective of how many Christians have been killed at the hands of Muslims in recent years. But I gave you 1,000 Christians peacefully worshiping in their churches, butchered and massacred and blown away by Muslims. No word, no Christianophobia, no day to combat it, no nothing like that. Instead, we have a day to shut you up from talking about this, and we call it Islamophobia, okay? Which means you better shut up and not mention any of this because we don't want this around ruining our agenda, okay? Which includes, of course, sending Muslims into your country to take over and kill you and get you evicted and basically demographically take over, as they are and already have in a lot of Western European countries, the UK foremost among them. And really, this question becomes even more pressing when one realizes that whereas the New Zealand mosque attack was indeed an aberration, how often do you hear about that? That some non-Muslim enters a mosque and kills all the Muslims. It's not a very common thing, okay? Not at all. But what I just told you, Muslims attacking Christian churches, that's a common thing. It's almost like, and we're going to get into it, but it's a very, very common thing. It happens every month. I come across several examples of serious attacks, and it could be from the government authorities just randomly shutting it down. It could be terrorists bombing it. It could be a mob angry about this, that, or the other thing, burning it down. It could be any number of things, but there's so many examples of that. So isn't it interesting that the UN takes the aberration, which is non-Muslims attacking Muslims in their mosque and killing them, and they turn that into the rule, which we all now have to stand in awe of and commemorate Islamophobia Day. But then the common thing that's happening constantly, which is Muslims attacking churches and killing them, it's not a real thing. It's not even happening. And it's even more telling when you realize that all of the examples that I gave you of Muslims attacking churches, Christian churches, Where do they come from? Is it localized to one country or one region? No. As you saw, they came from Nigeria and Iraq and the Philippines and Egypt and Syria and Turkey. They come from all over. And the people who commit them, they're of different races. They're Asian, Middle Eastern, Arab, Turkish, Iranian, African. And they speak different languages and they live under different governments and socioeconomic conditions. So what's the only thing that binds them together? Well, it's that thing called Islam, which unshockingly teaches hostility for churches, actually, and infidels. All right. So it all makes perfect sense, except the machinery all around you doesn't want you to know it. All right. So on the one hand, we have an aberration. A non-Muslim does what he did. And that is the story. And we have to establish dates and we have to talk about this. But when Muslims of all nations, ethnicities, and races, and languages, and backgrounds do the same thing and posit it as a religious thing by talking about Islam and jihad and infidels, yeah, there's nothing to see here. There's no combat Christian phobia day. There's no anything really, because it's just criminality. We're not worried about it, right? You see how that works? All right. So to underscore what I just said, Muslim attacks on churches are ideologically driven. This is a fact. They have long been and continue to be systematic and systemic, and are therefore an actual ongoing problem that the so-called international community should acknowledge and try to highlight and ameliorate. But they're not. The UN would rather ignore and not look at any of that I just mentioned, all those attacks on Christians, which just are, if they get any mention in the media, the Muslim identity of the killers is completely expunged. They're just terrorists and evildoers. Sometimes even the Christian identity of those killed, you won't even know what happened. It'll be an attack on some people who were killed, and you scroll all the way down to the end of the report, you realize, oh, it was in a church and the people killed were Christians. And then you scroll some more and, oh, the attackers were Muslims. Okay. And then they tell you it was because of, climate change pushed one group to attack the other. But it has nothing to do with Islam, just to be clear. All right. That's what they'll tell you. So we're supposed to ignore all that. That's not real. And let's focus on what's happening with what happened in New Zealand, that one aberration. Okay. Why? Because that one aberration gave them what they want, the excuse to shut down free speech on Islam in this case. And that's exactly what Islamophobia is. What's that word mean? I told you it's fear of Islam, but they want you to treat it. It's a sickness. You have an irrational fear that doesn't make sense, and we gotta fix you. But all that stuff that Muslims do, their doctrine, their books, their history, current events, yeah, that's just, you're crazy. It's not really happening. It has nothing to do with religion. So what if they stand and quote the Quran and say Allah Akbar and Muhammad commands us to do this, like the ambassador told Thomas Jefferson? So what? You're misunderstanding. You're an Islamophobe.
Stay late for that. Can you check that refrigerator, Gabe? Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Sheikh Yaboudi. I know exactly what you need to be as amazing as me. This right here. What's in it? Islam. Go ahead, open it. Whoa. Glowing. Yeah, instant upgrade. People think they need coffee, Wi-Fi, more followers. No, they need this. And when they get it, boom.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is D. No, I made myself laugh, man.
What the heck was that?
Sheikh Yaboudi, man. I recently heard from him. He was roaming in the desert and all that, so decided to put up a video of him.
Yeah, it's weird. He used to kind of sound like you. Now he's using his regular voice. Before he was imitating you, but now he's using his own voice. He sounds totally different.
Yes.
That's true. So anyway, that was Shaky Booty. I heard he's making a comeback soon with a song and then with regular videos. Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. How is everybody doing? David, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, what's up? Hey, I just posted, like, because I shared the link to this live stream, and I said we're live discussing the Tucker Carlson Iran scandal, but I don't know if it's actually a scandal. I don't know anything about it. I know he was saying the FBI or CIA was monitoring his.
I thought you were going to say he was saying the F word.
Text messages or something. Is it a scandal? I don't know anything about it. Is it? What is it? Is something going on? I know.
It is very much a scandal.
Checking his messages.
The funny thing is that
speaking now specifically of Christians.
Nobody broke it.
All right, so
the news. He did. He said in advance that I found out that apparently the CIA is investigating me, and they're soon going to end up opening a criminal case against me and all that. And I don't know why. It's just because I was talking to some Iranians before the war. So that's he said something along those lines. But
don't we talk to Iranians all the time?
Yes. Naturally,
I'm guessing it's more that he was talking to some Iranians.
Naturally, everybody's thinking the exact same thing, which is that he probably did something that he's not supposed to do by the laws, which protect the United States of America from treasonous people and from spies. And he was very dumb while doing it, as he usually is, and now got wind that he's about to get in trouble for it. So he decided to announce it in a significantly milder way to kind of get the public on his side before it happens.
And you always gotta pull a Andrew Tate. Who's pulled this move so far?
About this.
Keep in mind, guys, I don't know what Tucker did or did not do and stuff. But lots of times when someone preemptively announces things, it's because they know something's coming and they want to kind of throw their fans off. So we saw Tate do this once he was informed that all the stuff that he'd been doing for years was actually illegal. It's trafficking. And that he would be facing charges. Then all of a sudden, he came out and said, "The Matrix is. I've heard that the Matrix is going to attack me. The Matrix is going to attack me because the Matrix is upset about my empowering message to young men. I'm empowering them to work hard and get Bugattis, and so they don't want that powerful message spreading." So he did that. Then Mohammed Hijab, when he knew that. Sister Aisha his ex-wife was going to expose him for his little hotel wife scandal. He came out and said, Elon no, that was my Andrew Tate voice. Elon Musk has been sending me messages through a mediator who's saying that they're going to frame me for a scandal. And it's like, okay, scandal's coming. And now we've got Tucker. Oh, I mean, all I did was, I communicated for journalism purposes and with some Iranians. And then now, because I'm on the wrong side of the Iran war, they're going to frame me and lock me up and throw away the key.
Exactly what he said.
So I just need to put out this message for two interested parties. One of them is Matt Fred, Pints with Aquinas. He beautifully and very nicely gifted me this rosary. What the heck? You have my rosary? What is it?
You left it here. You left it here because when we were live and you were busy stealing something of mine and left your own thing here.
You should have run after me and said, "Hey, you forgot this." But anyway, so Matt Fred Pines with Aquinas gifted me this beautiful rosary from this online rosary shop, Theotokos Rosaries, which is beautiful. I've been carrying it with me all this time. However, earlier, just now, as David was talking, I just grabbed the crucifix and
already hit that one up.
solid.
hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by
I thought you don't
FiveMind.com.
make these
Well,
jokes
folks, it
anymore.
appears my assumption is correct. There's a method to the madness, of course. You know, the left will tell you that Donald Trump is an unhinged maniac. He's got no idea what he's doing in the Middle East, let alone anywhere else. He's got no strategy whatsoever. He's just an out-of-control tyrant that's indiscriminately bombing and getting us into never-ending conflicts and chaos. But this suggestion, my folks, is an absolute absurdity. Just like the left-wing media's suggestion that Donald Trump never had a plan for the Strait of Hormuz or never even accounted for Iranian retaliation in the Gulf. And honestly, just saying that out loud kind of makes me question, how does anybody believe something like that? It's patently ridiculous. And the reality every day becomes more evident. They're not doing things without rhyme or reason. No, there is a strategy here that was likely developed over a very long time. And from what I've been observing over the last couple of days, it appears the strategy is coming to light here. I believe we're now laying the groundwork for some kind of a revolution inside Iran. We're not just seeing random strikes like the Iranians are doing, attacking hotels and other random targets. It's not military pressure for the sake of it. No, there's a pattern here, folks. And the pattern appears to be the systematic dismantling of the regime's ability to control their own country. Phase 1 is smash their military into absolute oblivion, putting them in a position where they simply cannot project strength. Then you start hitting the regime's street-level enforcers, the besiege and IRGC checkpoints, as we've mentioned over the last couple of days, the thugs who keep the population repressed and terrified. And now comes the third element of this strategy, the next layer being ripped away. We're getting reports that the infrastructure used to suppress the internet in Iran, to stifle the flow of information, to keep the people propagandized, is now going down as Trump is targeting the Iranian regime's censorious infrastructure. It's not just about hitting their oil infrastructure and stopping their economy, but also unleashing the people themselves. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. I got the latest updates. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so we're getting some pretty interesting reporting here. According to Eric Doherty on X, he writes, breaking, a building used to block out internet in Iran has reportedly been bombed to smithereens. Iranians are hopeful internet could be restored even for brief moments, blow up all of the regime's censorship infrastructure. And so this comes after 16 days of internet blackout, and based on the reports that I've seen, this has nothing to do with infrastructure damage. It appears the Iranian regime itself has shut down internet across the nation, with their lead propagandists suggesting that they had to do so because that's somehow a national security imperative. And he arrogantly claims that, quote, Iranians in this moment don't need the internet because he speaks on behalf of all Iranians.
I just do want to point out, you're speaking to us via Zoom. The Iranian people don't have open internet access. But you do. Why?
Well, because I'm the voice of Iranians, and I have to defend their right. So this is why I have access to internet to just have our voice being heard by the international community. But internet is closed because of the security reasons, because we are under attack, we are under aggression, and we have to do everything to protect our people.
Now, that's obviously patently absurd, and clearly what's going on is the Iranian regime probably wants to suppress information. They don't want the Iranian populace probably learning just how bad they're getting bombarded and pretty much owned across the board. And so if this reporting is accurate, well, it suggests that we're likely attempting to restore access to the internet for the Iranian people. Now, I'd say take this with a grain of salt. The reporting is very fresh, very early here, and just kind of thinking about it, I'm not exactly sure how bombing a telecom center would magically allow the internet to pop back up, but maybe there's something to it. Maybe this telecom facility had something to do with blocking Iranians' access to the internet. And if this strategy is actually happening, and if it does in fact come to fruition, this changes the game entirely. This is of course why we've been covertly delivering Starlink terminals, attempting to get them in the hands of as many Iranian people as possible. We're also getting reports that besieged thugs are going door to door, attempting to confiscate these Starlink terminals and arrest the people who are in possession of them. It all comes down to the free flow of information, because you know Iranian state media is likely projecting a very, very different, very bastardized version of reality to the people of Iran. And it's possible in the interior of the country, the people don't even really know just how bad it is. But if they did, if they understood how weakened the Iranian regime was on a military front, well, who knows? Maybe it could instill enough confidence in the people to actually start standing up, making moves against the IRGC, and probably most importantly, opening lines of communication for people inside the country to start coordinating to help take down the autocratic Iranian regime. But again, I'm not exactly privy to the technical details here. I'm not exactly an expert in internet infrastructure and telecommunications. Take the information with a grain of salt, but that's just what's being reported all over the internet right now. And now, of course, looking at the macro view, putting all of this information together, all of this is happening as the military pressure campaign continues. They tell you there's no strategy here, but every single decision seems coordinated and targeted and all kind of building this big picture. You have three things happening simultaneously. Iran's military capabilities getting dismantled, internal repression infrastructure getting smashed, and now possibly their censorship apparatus getting blown apart. It appears as though there's a coherent strategy, but if you listen to the media, I mean, what they're obsessing over every single day is everything negative. We appear to be witnessing the systematic destruction of the Iranian regime, but if you listen to the media, I mean, everything's going haywire, everything's going bad. The latest obsession, of course, being Iranian drone strikes. You keep hearing this narrative that somehow Iran is setting the Trump administration back in the Strait of Hormuz with these attacks, or that Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth severely underestimated the Iranian strength in the region. But it's complete nonsense. You look at actual reality, the last thing the Iranians had left was their little drone program, which, just like I said the other day, is likely to collapse within days. These drones are not magical, long-range, undetectable, untrackable weapons. No, launch teams have to actually move into position. They expose themselves. They have to set up the equipment. And once they do that, we can track them. We basically control the skies. We can see the trajectory of these drones. And so just like I predicted a couple days ago, I said, just give it a couple days and we'll likely be able to track and locate these operations and completely eliminate them. And that now appears to be happening. Another little element that the mainstream media is conveniently ignoring as they push all this sensationalist crap of all these drone strikes in the Strait of Hormuz. We'll simply look.
He's so big.
He is a big dinosaur. Big scary dino. Mm-hmm. Sure, I'll take the ice cream. And do we got? Cookie dough. Up.
Look at the numbers, folks. Ignore the fear-mongering and look at the actual data. According to the latest presentation, only 10 drone and missile strikes were logged on March 15th. That's a 97% drop since the start of the war.
Yeah, it tastes weird. Yeah. Okay. It did taste weird. You press this button. Yeah, press it. Hard. Time is it? It's playtime.
97%. That is full-on collapse territory. I actually have a video from the Israeli Air Force of them tracking down one of these mobile drone operations and taking it down. We are completely obliterating their ability to launch drones. But of course, once again, the media is ignoring this. If even one drone strike happens, even if it's one drone strike down from 350 the first day, or 350 drone strikes plus missile strikes, if we bring it down to one, if the media has that one example, they'll run with it as to why Donald Trump is failing spectacularly. He has no idea what he's doing and the whole thing is backfiring. It's complete nonsense. And the reality, of course, is much different. Their missile and drone programs have essentially been evaporated from human existence. Their thugs are being targeted on the streets. We have Karg Island as our latest hostage, and now it appears we're working at potentially restoring some form of internet for the people. There is a strategy here, folks. It's a multi-pronged strategy, and day by day, the Iranian regime is isolating itself more and more.
We just saw this week at the UN Security Council 135 nations. Jake, it was a UN record. 135 nations side with the Gulf Arab countries and condemn the GCC, with the Gulf Arab countries, the GCC countries, and condemn Iran for its atrocious attacks on civilian infrastructure, ports, airports, hotels, resorts. And as I pointed out at the Security Council, I don't see how the regime argues that those are military targets. They are clearly not, and they are clearly deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure. And I got to tell you, this shoot in all directions strategy that Iran has taken on is backfiring.
The media continues to report failure, but I'm seeing high-level military macro strategy. We might actually be on pace for President Trump's most aggressive timelines. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Here to live now. Twist. All right, I'm really glad people are picking up on this.
Tucker Carlson might be going to prison. I have some reported information that dives a little deeper on Tucker's contact with IRGC personnel, how President Trump used this to take out Khomeini, and surprise the IRGC. So as many of you have seen, Tucker had this to say on his show.
So the other day I found out that the CIA is preparing some kind of criminal referral against me, a crime report to the Department of Justice on the basis of a supposed crime I committed. What's that crime? Well, talking to people in Iran before the war.
Talking to who in Iran, Tucker? Because people don't get arrested for talking to people in Iran. In fact, many Americans talk with people in Iran.
That's true.
Family, friends, etc.
What if you were talking to a terrorist organization, though?
That is when they are able to, around the times the IRGC cuts off the internet and services, but you seem to figure it out.
Wait a second. Oh my God, I didn't even consider this. Tucker Carlson admitted he was talking to people in Iran when Iran already shut off the internet for the protesters. So who was he talking to? The country didn't have internet for a month and a half. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so over, bro. It's so over. Holy shit.
That is, you were speaking with people in the IRGC. About what? We may have that information, and this will reportedly all be next coming days or so.
They read my texts. So the crime under consideration apparently would be the Foreign Agent Act or something like that.
No, they didn't read your text, Tucker. They were actually monitoring the calls and messages of our enemies.
God. Oh, it's so over. It's so over. They realized that their enemies were texting one Tucker Carlson.
The same ones plotting against us and screaming consistently.
Oh my God. I'm just saying, I'm accepting apologies. All right. Look, when I called out Candace Owens at the beginning, I got so much shit for it. I accepted apologies on that. A lot of people already apologized, said Nux was right. Candace is retarded. Thank you. I appreciate it. There were no Israeli Sumerian time travelers that murdered Charlie Kirk. All right. No one believes that. All right. I'm really glad. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will be accepting my Tucker Carlson apology very soon. All right. Because I got so much shit for calling him out.
Death to America. Do you remember Robert Hansen, the FBI counterintelligence agent who secretly spied for the Soviet Union and later Russia for over 20 years until 2001?
Oh my.
He was arrested not because the U.S. was monitoring Hansen at first, but because they discovered him by analyzing information coming from Russian intelligence files.
Awkward.
Same thing here. If this information is reportedly true, President Trump knew about Tucker's traitorous betrayal of the United States and gave him false information, like he had no intention of attacking Iran. This explains the increasing amount of appearances Tucker had to the White House leading up to Operation Epic Fury. Tucker would then pass that information on to our adversaries.
Allegedly.
Which gave the IRGC a false sense of security. This would include opening up Khomeini to an airstrike along with countless other IRGC leaders who are all now dead.
And they didn't think to hide in a bunker. They really felt pretty secure for some reason.
So don't believe Tucker watering down what is happening with this investigation in his video, where he seems extremely nervous, shaken, and uncomfortable.
He does.
Use a little bit of sense. You don't get in trouble and accused of being a foreign agent charged under the Foreign Agents Registration Act of 1938 simply for just speaking to Iranians. I know that. You know that, and Tucker supporters deep down know that as well. We shall see how this plays out over the next coming days, but if it is even halfway true what is being reported, and what I have on good measure will be released soon,
oh shit,
then he is, to put it lightly, fucked.
God damn, holy shit, unbelievable levels of blue retard justification happening. Now, another reason why people are looking at this is because literally Ted Cruz publicly stated that Tucker Carlson should be investigated for ties to foreign countries. This is insane.
How concerned are you about that, specifically from a financial standpoint?
I'm very concerned about that. Look, if you look at, all right, look at U.S. universities and foreign nations that give money to U.S. universities. I don't think.
Look, I'm no big Ted Cruz fan. I don't think he's American first. I'm not gonna lie. But he's kind of cooking here, it seems.
foreign nations should be able to give any money to U.S. universities. I think it is causing a lot of problems in our colleges and universities. The number one foreign funders of U.S. universities is Qatar.
Yeah.
Qatar has given $6.6 billion with a B.
I wonder why all these universities have like the pro-Hamas protests. That's so weird.
To U.S. universities.
Like, we are falling for the biggest psyop of our time, and it's Islamic billionaires funding our colleges and influencers.
You look at the anti-Semitic protests and riots you had on college campuses all across the country. I think Qatar was a major force funding that. I'm not the only person who noticed the tents all matched. It was not spontaneous. It was not just organic. It was funded. And I believe it was funded by Qatar, and I think by Iran and China. And you might say, China, why would China be pushing that? Look, it's in China's interest just to divide us, just to push dissension and create chaos.
Yeah.
But Qatar in particular is paying money. Look, Qatar hosts the leaders of Hamas. They live like billionaires. They live like kings. And Qatar spends billions pushing anti-Semitism, anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, pushing ideologies that rip America apart. And I believe many of these influencers that are online that are saying this, I think it is quite likely they are being paid, and paid millions of dollars. I don't think they're being paid a little bit. I think they're being paid a lot by Qatar.
Oh my.
And that is consistent with everything that we're seeing. We know Tucker
Bro, this
Carlson
is a senator talking.
bought a home in Qatar.
True.
And to be clear, it's not
That's
just
weird.
that every podcast he has, he's attacking Israel, he's attacking Jews. Jews are the source
Whatever,
of
that's
everything
fine. You
wrong.
can do
Every
that.
problem we have in America
True.
came from Jews,
You can
according
do
to
that.
him.
Whatever, that's fine.
It's not just that.
We're used to that. That's fine. That's okay.
Anti-Semitism is a gateway to anti-capitalism and anti-Americanism. And so Tucker is also, he interviewed the president of Iran.
That's
and
weird.
It was a softball
That's weird.
interview. He asked him no hard...
Like, dude, that guy interviewed Ted Cruz and gave him a fucking walloping, a really hard time. I'm not going to lie. And then he interviews the president of Iran, excuse me, and Putin, and gives them the most softball interviews of all time. Like, what's going on here?
questions. This is the same president of Iran actively trying to murder Donald Trump. Tucker didn't ask him about that.
Like, it got to the point that even Nick Fuentes, and Nick Fuentes doesn't like Israel. All right, like, to put it lightly, Nick Fuentes doesn't like Israel. Even Nick Fuentes thinks that Tucker Carlson's a spook. All right, Here's the thing. Yeah, I think he is a spook. I think he is an enemy. And I think he's actually going down. This is fucking insane. Right? And if Trump literally used him to feed information to the Ayatollah to get them obliterated, it might be one of the most unbelievable, unprecedented counter-intel operations in the history of America.
Tucker has praised Nicolas Maduro.
True. He did. I totally forgot about that. He literally did a podcast talking about how Nicolas Maduro, the communist dictator of Venezuela, was actually a good guy because he's not pro-gay marriage. That's a real thing that he did.
Communist dictator of Venezuela, who we just arrested. He's praised Comrade Mondami, the communist and Islamist mayor.
Literally, it's true. He's like, oh, he ran a real grassroots campaign. Right? The communist Islamist. Pro every immigration ever. By the way, notice Tucker Carlson doesn't talk about immigration at all in any of his videos, ever. He doesn't care about immigration. He doesn't care about ICE deportations. And he doesn't care about, but America's unaffordable because of the billionaires. He literally sounds like Bernie Sanders.
In
what you
New
do is you
York,
get ice, and then you
Tucker
put
has
salt
said
on
he
the
thinks
ice,
we should
and that makes
apologize
ice super cold.
to the family of Osama bin Laden.
He did do that.
It's a chemical reaction.
Osama bin Laden murdered nearly 3,000 Americans on 9/11.
Believe it. He really
I am
did do
very
all
glad
these
the
things.
military-
Like, I'm glad that Ted Cruz, I don't know,
Yeah, that
man.
ice
This
is in the
dude,
tub.
this Ted Cruz guy, he has a
network
bug up
contender
his ass
ice
named
comes in,
Tucker, and he is
and it has, like, a lid on it
nonstop
with
going
some-
after him right now.
He took him out.
Yeah,
That's the
propeller
military's
inside
job
that
to protect
mixes
our
it up.
nation. Tucker
We
has
used to have
said
a
he
little
doesn't
ice cream making
know
machine
that
with
Hamas
my
is a
parents.
terrorist organization. He thinks they might just be a political movement.
Oh my fucking
Right
God,
now, I'll
dude.
tell you
He has
something
all the quotes on the tip of his tongue. Oh my God.
I used to
amazing.
make it when I was a kid.
The Iranian TV is playing Tucker's podcast
True.
in Iran.
True. Iranian state TV is playing Tucker Carlson,
sell
Hassan
the
Piker, and
flavoring at,
Sneeko. Which understand
stores.
where we're at.
The Ayatollah and the mullahs
don't
have
know
said,
where we
ooh,
got it
you
at
need to listen to
exactly.
this guy. The Muslim Brotherhood
well, you can get ice cream
is
flavors.
pushing Tucker's broadcasts out on social media.
True.
The
They
Muslim
retweeted it.
Brotherhood is
Yeah,
a terrorist
true.
organization. To be
Just
clear,
eat it.
Hamas is the Muslim Brotherhood
Eat
in
it.
Palestine. They've
Just
looked
eat.
at what Tucker said and said, this is exactly what we believe. That is dangerous. And I got to say, part of the challenge is a lot of folks remember Tucker from when he was on Fox a few
True.
years ago.
True.
And he
That's why I think he has like all the boomers fooled.
wasn't all crazy and out there when he, on Fox. He
In fact, on Fox News, he said we should obliterate Iran immediately. They're a terrorist regime. He literally said that on Fox. I showed you the clip today.
was terrific. I actually think during the COVID lockdowns, his monologues were the single best thing on television. I mean, they were destination TV. And so there's a little bit of a disconnect, and it's also interesting. There's a generational problem. People who are older, they remember Tucker from Fox, and they're like, oh, I like that guy. He had good things to say.
True.
They're not online hearing him attack President Trump every single day. And to be clear, Tucker Carlson is waging a war online against President Trump's foreign policy. Now, he's too much of a chicken to call Trump out by name, so instead he attacks me and Mike Huckabee, who are supporting President Trump's foreign policy.
Damn,
But
bro.
Tucker doesn't have the courage to actually admit that it's Trump he's attacking.
Oh, he'll go and suck up to Trump. Trump. He'll even call him in private. He'll call him and apologize for being rude and going too far. Oh my God. This is unbelievable. This is the craziest expose of all time.
I think we need to address the lies and the poison he is spreading because I think it is an existential threat right now.
Should the foreign ties potentially be investigated?
Absolutely.
Congressional investigations?
Look, I
Oh,
think
shit.
anyone who is receiving foreign money and not disclosing it to spread lies, to act as an agent of a foreign government, I think that should be disclosed. I think it is dishonest to receive foreign money and then pretend. By the way, there's another broader problem online.
By the way, I completely agree with this. All right, and I think that's across the board. I don't care if you're funded by Qatar or by Iran or by Israel or by Russia or by China. Like, I hate the fact that we have like these foreign propagandists everywhere. It's unbelievable.
Which is there are a lot of foreign actors online who pretend to be Americans. And most social media companies don't disclose the country of origin where the posts are coming from.
Also true.
Which is why our enemies spend real money trying to deceive Americans and deceive young people.
And that's why, thank God, Elon Musk instituted that thingy on Twitter where you can figure out every single guy that's like, oh my God, Iran is winning the war. And then you click on their thing and it's like, from Pakistan. All right, dude, we know, bro, we know.
Actually, just
There's a reason I have
it's
to carry
actually always
trash
just the
GPS.
Jews. Just if you didn't get that, according to these people, that's what it is. We actually don't have any enemies. You just don't get it. Did you guys know the Barbary Wars, where the Muslims kidnapped and enslaved 1.5 million Europeans and Americans? Brand new country at the start of our nation during Thomas Jefferson's presidency. Did you guys know that was the Mossad? You didn't know that? Well, that's because you're a goy. The Mossad, it didn't exist yet, but fuck you, it doesn't matter, actually. It did exist. Jesus Christ being killed, that wasn't the Romans. It wasn't the Sadducees. It wasn't necessarily just the Jewish leadership in Jerusalem. It turns out it was actually the Mossad. If you didn't get that, it was actually the Mossad. Did you guys know Muhammad marrying a 6-year-old? That was actually the Mossad too. Mossad? Did you guys know the Mossad? You know, the Jewish intelligence?
Everything's Mossad.
An event. Let's say there was an event. And it was between these two individuals. Now, you might not know who this is.
Never heard of him before.
Spend 5 minutes on Instagram Reels, you're going to find out. You are going to find out exactly who this is. Now, super hot fire, I'm going to be honest, I didn't know who this guy is. But anyway, this guy, Paul Miller, Gypsy Crusader, is like a huge white gnat. He goes on, different websites, and he just calls black people the N-word. And he's one of those people, right? Super, super, super racist. And they had him, obviously, going up against a black guy.
Crazy fight card. Insane fight card. So this is the pre-event. Is my audio broken again? Oh my God.
Audio is always broken.
Why would you? All right. I was getting a lap dance. I don't even.
I know.
And you're talking about what you say about? Wait, hold on. What you say about my frontal lobe?
I said
you
try
said something
the
about my
impulse
frontal
control.
lobe.
Yes, you're lacking.
Nigga, you got that from Django, bitch.
You lack it. You lack
You got that from
Yeah.
Django. Everybody see that. You learn how to be raped. You learn how to be raped.
This damn likely while you up this.
Holy cow.
And we can go right now. Both those right now.
I know he's fake because listen to me. If he was really racist, he'd be.
That's not. I think it's the one after this. No, it's these two girls. I remember that. All right. Anything else? And find it. No, that's okay. Well, all right. This is the beginning. Let me go and make sure I get every single one of these lined up. Okay. The silky one, silky first, please. I don't know where that is. We're warmed up. Yeah. So this is him, obviously. Oh, it's broken again, right? Okay. Well, let me just do it again. Where's the audio? Audio's still broken. It's actually crazy how stupid this is. It's actually insane. It's actually insane how bad this piece of shit is. It's so annoying how bad this piece of shit is.
I just still have to beep everything.
Hey, bro, I got some shit to tell you.
What happened?
If he win, we gonna whoop your motherfucking ass.
What? Oh, hell no.
Hell yeah.
Oh my God. Charleston White,
what they're
yeah.
saying.
Wait, was that guy?
This is a
I didn't even
streamer
notice.
boxing event. Well, this guy's not a streamer, but he's a white supremacist, and he's fighting a black guy in the boxing ring. He actually wasn't like as racist like during how they have that like pre-fight talk. And he didn't really say anything like too racist other than the guy has no like impulse control.
I mean, that's the character.
Mm-hmm. But like, yeah,
But he
this is the guy
reacted to
he's
this.
fighting.
Like, I watched this.
Camera on. Put the camera on. Hold up. Pee Wee's calling me. Pee Wee.
Well, he's white. In the right corner.
There he is.
Unc, you ready to fight you, Pee Wee Roscoe? Yeah. Pee Wee, you ready to fight Charleston White?
Yeah.
Ready.
There it is.
Hello, sir. Hi.
He's not a rapper? I didn't actually know that was the guy. I had no idea.
Okay, all right.
Rampage, you in between Rampage and Whack.
We're good?
Getting thrashed.
No. Crusader! Can you fucking believe this?
There we go, bro.
Man,
There we go.
they actually brought him into the boxing arena. Oh my. Oh man. In the war, I'm constantly saying negative stuff about black people and every other group of people. He's been banned off of every fucking platform. The guy went to prison for a while, like defending himself when he got beat up. He used to be a fighter. Now he's coming back. He's like 37 or something like that now. And like, yeah, he dresses up as the Joker and he has all these tricks that he does and everything. Explains why racism. I don't listen. I'm not going to go into his life story, okay? But that's who the guy is, all right? That's him.
You're getting the dog shit beat out of you if he wins.
Well, I love a white boy that don't mind hating nigga. Fuck it. Everyone got to stay for this fight.
Let's go.
Good.
Oh my God.
He looks scary, bro. I'm going to be honest, bro. Chat! Put some W's in the fucking chat!
Oh boy.
I gave him a few pointers out there.
Are you ready?
Let's go. I got this.
Are you surprised?
Yeah.
Is scheduled for three-minute round. In the blue corner, wearing the black trunks with
Hold
the
on, real quick,
red
chat.
trim.
I want to shout out these strippers watching me. Neon, Ed Matthews, Academic Cheeser, Rampage, Guru, Teach Anime Guru. The Black Fish is for the TJR.
All right.
LTG, Larry Wheels, Comfy, Phantom, Greek God, DDG, Benedon, Silky, your boy, Foxy,
the red
Black
corner.
Boy.
Coming out. See, if I had known he was good with people restreaming this, I'd have watched this on my stream.
I gotta change your diaper. I was used to that too.
Dance, dance, dance.
Make sure you hug her a lot.
Dance, dance, dance. Dance, dance, dance. Dance, dance, dance. Dance, dance, dance. I know. Eli's hurt. It's okay. It's okay. You worried about your brother? You worry about brother? Got kisses? What's going on? What's going on up there? A hairbrush. Oh, where is my hairbrush? Where is my hairbrush? Oh, where is my hairbrush? No hair for my hairbrush. Oh, she's got the microphone. She's got the microphone. Oh no. You found something to chew on. Be careful, that might be a little sharp. Yeah, she got the microphone. What are you in there, little girl? No. No, no smoker. Alright. What are you doing?
What? You actually want me more than Dad? No. Not really.
It's like, I want to take all the books off of Dad's desk and all his medicines and... No, I'm going to try to start reading it tonight, actually. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's just go from, well,
let's see.
Yeah, let's say we'll use these ports in UAE. So let's just say from Abu Dhabi, if a pipeline was built from Abu Dhabi all the way across the deserts of Oman to somewhere like Al Juwajaya, or actually let's find a better port. Well, that's going to be one of the best spots, it looks like. Yeah, these don't have big port infrastructures. Yeah, you got to have a port. Otherwise, the pipeline's not going to, oil tankers aren't going to be able to sit in the surf break. So it's going to be a little more complicated than we thought. And there's no ports really out here.
Yeah, I don't think your mouth's gonna work.
Mop.
It's like belly. Whoa. Seriously looked like he was a kitten.
This is the clearest EP duel footage in history. Watch closely. This is the clearest EP duel footage in history. Watch closely.
1896 Mexico. Oh, no. What are you doing with that dino? You can't blow them up that way.
Can you give me something? They're giving out these stickers, and I think the message is really important.
God's love is unconditional. Did you know the rainbow, it represents even God's faithfulness? After what happened with Noah and the ark, God put a rainbow that he was promising that he would never flood the earth again.
I mean, yeah, that's one point of view. I know that that's what the Bible says, but I don't think that there's any definite way to tell that that's what a rainbow signifies, but I don't have any problem with you believing that. Like I said, there's a church down there with a similar message that wants to, I'd assume, spread the same scripture that you're trying to spread, and I think that they'll have more luck getting people to listen to them because they approach from a position of allies rather than foes. They're saying we support your lifestyle, and I understand that you don't, but I think in saying that you support someone for what they choose to do, it makes them more open to hearing what you have to say.
The sticker that you showed me is saying this sin that the Bible calls sin is okay, when in reality it calls them eternal separation from God if they don't turn from it.
Can I give you something?
Can you?
So why is it that in the Old Testament there
eternal separation?
There's no mentioning of a son.
Who told you there's no mentioning? Want me to give you a mention? I can give it to you. Here, Proverbs 30, verses 3 and 4. Hold on, my friend. Proverbs
You're
30.
telling me the son is mentioned.
Yes.
The son.
I'm about to read it if you let me. Yes.
It's mentioned in the Old Testament?
Yes. Proverbs 30, verses 3 and 4. You ready so I can read it?
But don't play no games.
I gave you the verses. Proverbs chapter 30, verses 3 and 4. What games? Let me read it. I'll give you the link to the Hebrew. Here. I neither learn wisdom nor have knowledge of the Kadoshim. Kadoshim is plural of Kadosh, holy ones. I don't have knowledge of the holy ones, meaning these holy ones are beyond my ability to understand. Now watch this. Who has ascended?
Who has gone up to heaven and come down?
Yes.
Whose hands have gathered up the wind?
Go ahead.
Who has wrapped up the waters in a cloak?
Keep going.
Who has established all the ends of the earth? what is his name? And what is the name of his son? So why is it that in the Old Testament there's no mentioning of a son?
Give me a hug.
Hi,
What do you got?
Mike, to Dad.
Give me a hug.
What are you doing?
Love you, Trouble.
Trouble.
Yes, he is. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
You go.
Let me tell you guys a story. Sometimes in the evening, everything is quiet. I assist with the noble cause of stopping the evil fascist bugs from destroying managed democracy. Myself and hell divers from across these great states get together and, well, we just smoke them with wild abandon. Now, sometimes while I'm devastating these horrific oil-rich monsters, my wife will be sitting in my game room with me. And inside the game room, she'll be, I have like two lazy boys in there. If I have a friend over and we're playing or something, and she'll take one of them. Now, there's a rule. I'm sure many of you men out there follow this rule. If the wife is anywhere in your vicinity while it is the case that you are playing video games and you happen to die, it's her fault. I mean, tell me I'm wrong, but that's 100% her fault. 10,000% that's her fault. And she needs to get blamed for it immediately. Now, the truth of the matter is it's probably not her fault at all. She wasn't actually doing anything. She just happened to be in the room at the time. But you know, she's gonna take the blame. So as I was in the middle of this particular game of Helldivers, the wife was in the room and she was just quietly sitting and I think playing on her phone, you know. I happened to die a horrible death. A charger came out of nowhere and it did one of those pops where you like fly halfway across the map. Of course, I couldn't believe Rachel did that to me. What a rotten woman. I couldn't believe. She could have given me a warning or something. You know, she could have been like, hey, it's right there. It's about to hit you. Nothing. Just let that charger run into me, threw my ass across the entire map. And I looked at her. She looked like she didn't even care. It looked like it didn't bother her a bit. In fact, she wasn't even paying attention. She was focusing on her stupid phone or whatever it was that she was doing. You know, and I gave her one of these too. I even did the thing. I was like, like how are you not seeing this happening right now? What the is what?
Yeah.
All this, I mean, how did that have you? I just couldn't. I was stunned. And stunned.
Get some seeds.
Couldn't believe. Gall of the wife. So anyway, in a frustrated, almost threw the controller on the ground, but didn't because they're really expensive, I instead hit the center button on the PS5, which brought up the quit screen, and I rage quit. Did.
Yeah.
It was an RQ 100%. And right then and there, I get this text on my phone. It's my buddy Joe. Joe's like, hey, man, I read your wife's book and it's really good. You think you can bring her down so that we can put her on the show on the 25th? I was like, well,
What's the matter?
You know, I guess we can do that. The wife happened to be in the room at the time. So I thought to myself that revenge was in order. There had to be vengeance for the fact that I had just died this horrible death in this game, and she just didn't even give it. She didn't care at all.
You're okay.
So I was like, there's going to be some revenge that happens here. Some torture of Rachel was in order. I was like, well, I asked her.
Hi.
So, so what are you going to wear? What are you going to wear on Joe Rogan? He was like, what do you mean? We already went out there. Like, no, for your episode. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, for the episode that you're going on, what are you going to wear? What? I have no idea what you're even talking about. I was like, well, and I explained the situation to her. And then I watched the panic set in. Instant panic. Instant panic. So then I drove that at home, just like the son of a I am. I was like, and you don't even have anything to wear. What a piece of I did, though. I was like, you don't even have anything to wear. You have nothing to wear to this thing. Then you just watch them freak the fuck out, man. Just lose their fucking mind. Oh my God, I don't. You're right. Oh my God. This guy's like, I know. Dude, I did it. I did the move. Okay. I know it was mean. I know what I did. But then I was even more fucking horrible. Oh my God. I was so much worse. Okay, so I was like, after it sets in, you know what I mean? Of course, Rachel, she's pretty cool, right? So she's cool, calm, and collected about the whole thing. And she's just like, well, I'm just going to go and tell him the truth. And I was like, yeah, I think you should. But me being the jerk that I am, I started getting little digs in. Just like total move. I was like, oh my God, honey. Like, you got to really watch it. You might have a strand of hair over your face while you're on the program, and like millions of people are going to see that. And all they're going to do is comment about how you had that one strand of hair. Like, that's all they're going to talk about is that one strand of hair that's out of place. Just what a move. You know what I mean? And she gave me the look too. She gave me the, you're going to die look, the like, I'm going to you in your sleep look. That was the look she started giving me. And I just like dug in. You think I'm embellishing? I'm not embellishing. Okay. I'm not. Right. So I was just, I was just jabs like that the whole time. And then it was like, no outfit's good enough. Like, what do you think about this? I was like, you really want to wear that? Are you sure about that? I don't even know what I'm looking at. You know what I mean? I have no idea what I'm even looking at. I'm like, maybe it looks great. Maybe it looks terrible. I have no fucking idea. Like, I have no clue. I have no clue at all. It could look fantastic for all I know. What do I know about fat? I don't know anything about it. I just throw on whatever's next to me in the morning.
Yeah.
I started doing that too, like a fucking jerk. Really? Yeah, just start, and then you start making it up, like she had this nice striped shirt. I'm like, oh, you don't want to wear stripes on camera. I'm like, I don't even know if that's true.
I don't either.
No, I have no idea. I have no idea if that's true. Okay. I have no clue. It could be true. But maybe it's not true. I have no clue. No clue. Could be 100% the case that you're not supposed to wear stripes on camera. Maybe it's 100% not the case. I don't know.
I think
just little digs. But that'll teach her to be in the room next time when I die in Helldivers.
Wear rings.
Just like purposely ruining.
Make you look taller.
Well, no, purposely not ruining, but purposely jabbing and creating conflict, like on only the biggest opportunity of her lifetime. That's all. No big deal. It was no big deal. You guys don't think too much of it. Congrats on all the new success. Was Rachel being on JRE the big end of the month news? It was, yeah. Come on, you guys were shocked. You guys were fucking shocked, okay? Don't lie. Nobody was calling that. Nobody had Rachel Wilson on Joe Rogan red pilling him on feminism in their 2026 bingo cards for February.
No.
Not a fucking one of you. Not a single one. No cope, no bullshit. None of you ever thought it. You didn't thunk it. There was no thunking of it ever one time by any of you fuckers. And you know it. Huge W for Rachel. Yeah, I was surprised to hear Joe. He was like, I never really thought one way or the other on feminism. By the end of the episode, though, he seemed like he understood very well that there was a problem going on.
Yeah.
Watched her interview today, and now I'm obsessed. I'm buying her book tomorrow. No, buy it today. Buy it today. Yeah, you're all geniuses. You all thought it, huh? Yeah, if that's the case, then how come when I said there's something big going on at the end of the month and all you guys were playing the guessing game in chat, none of you guessed that, huh? Not a single one of you fucking guessed it. Now all of a sudden you're like, you're fucking soothsayers, but chat full of fucking soothsayers. I knew the whole time, Andrew. I knew the entire time that was, you didn't know. Shut up, you fucking copers. That's a W for us. L's for the chat. Take your fucking L's. Take your L's. Now, here's where the story gets more interesting. Some of the reason I haven't done as much streaming this month or last month is because for the last, 4 or 5 months, I've been making a new debate course for Debate University. And you'll never guess what the topic was. It's verbal judo, and it's the master guide to debating feminism.
Cool.
What the f- are the chances that we happen to be working? Like, I flew Rob out here for this. I flew out David Patrick Harry. I flew all these people out over the last few months to help me with this project. What are the fucking chances that the day before the launch of this, Joe happens to want Rachel on to talk about her book on feminism? That's got to be like, is that like winning the Powerball? That's got to be, the chances have got to be like, I should have bought a lottery ticket, right? Do you think with some of the proceeds from all the new book sales, you could buy a bigger coffee cup? Shut up, dude. Look, it's pinky out. I'm very sophisticated. Yes, a very good coffee. Months we've worked on this project. And I've been working on it with one Steven Crowder, joined with the Crucible in this great and noble endeavor. And you can go to debateuniversity.com right now tonight, and you can buy the new course. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Andrew, you grifting piece of... You grifting scumbag. You bought your last course. And yeah, it was awesome. But now we got to buy a whole new course? No. See how kind I am. If you bought Verbal Combat, if you go right now, you can go get Verbal Judo. It's only $150 for you. For everybody else, Verbal Judo is $250 if you didn't buy Verbal Combat, because you weren't nowhere supporting us when the first debate course came out. So yeah, if you bought the original, you get the new one for $150. You guys want to see? You want to see the trailer for it? You want to see the trailer?
You don't have to be the next Julius Caesar in order to change the world.
I would say that my approach is probably more suitable if you find yourself at a dinner table, because that's not always in Andrew's wheelhouse. God love him.
I've heard the horror stories of how feminism has ruined the lives of men, women, and children right in my backyard.
Most of what the public believes about the history of women's rights is historically inaccurate at best and blatant lies and propaganda at worst.
Most people have no idea how to defend what it is that they believe. This course exists to change that.
Take that and add to it truth. You got a winning formula. You just have to not be afraid.
Debating feminism. You can go right this second. right this second to debateuniversity.com, and you can get it. Right now, right this second.
Senator Rubio, will you call for ceasefire?
No, I will not.
Gaza?
On the contrary.
Senator Rubio,
Are you filming it?
Wait,
I want you guys to get this. I want them to destroy every element of Hamas they can get their hands on. These people are vicious animals who did horrifying crimes. And I hope you guys post that.
And what about the civilians that are being killed every day?
Hamas should stop hiding behind civilians, putting civilians in the way. Hamas knew that this was going to lead to this. So Hamas should stop building their military installations underneath hospitals.
So you
underneath
don't care that 15,000 have died? You don't care about the babies that are being killed every day?
I think it's horrifying. I think it's terrible, and I think Hamas is 100% to blame. That's what I think. Make sure you post that, please.
Senator Rubio, will you call?
All right, let's see what Jade Iron.
When you're talking about the liberal paradigm, the progressive paradigm, everybody operates within it. But the second you don't grant it, you say this worldview, I'm not playing within this worldview, I'm playing with a different worldview, they're lost. They're done. Yeah. The only way that these people know how to communicate is if you already accept their preconceived notions of progressive and liberal worldviews. And if you don't accept those, they're totally lost. Much like a vampire, you have to agree to invite the worldview in, or else it doesn't do anything. It does nothing.
One thing that I think Andrew is really good at, not just debating, but really being with precision, honing in on topics that people assume without questioning. And that is, in one case, the issue of rights. I know that Andrew's had debates with people like Tim Pool and Dave Smith and others, where it gets into this issue of libertarian rights or rights theory. And Andrew, why is it that you think this is so effective in terms of getting people to question what they mean when they speak of their positions being based on rights?
The reason I like to hone in on this idea that rights are a figment, at least how we perceive them in the term of positive and negative rights in modernity, they're a complete fiction. They're completely made up. They're a product of the mind. What I'm trying to always do is force a person to evaluate this so that they understand that if there are indeed rights, if that is something we can come to, then they're going to have to be divinely grounded, or you're not going to ground them at all. It's not going to be possible to ground any type of right, period, unless it comes from the divine, and that's it. And Tim Pool fell prey to this, like many, many other prominent libertarians like Dave Smith, ended up having to essentially concede. But if that's the case, and it has to be grounded in God, then that must mean that we have to follow his laws too, right, Jay? So if we have rights which are grounded there, then you're making the concession that God is real, right? He must be, because you believe in these inalienable rights which are given to you. So how come we can throw the rest of it out? Why is that allowed?
Yeah, I noticed too, not just with libertarians that maybe are more on the conservative side of things, but when you've debated even the more radical progressives and the feminists, they also tend to appeal to this amorphous idea of rights, and yet nobody really seems to ever explain what a right is, or how it is, or where it is.
Well, I'll explain it.
They just think it is.
Yeah, I'll explain what a right is. A right is a figment of your imagination, which was completely and totally made up, and it's used interchangeably with what is actually true, which is force. Yeah, every idea that you have, secular idea that you have of rights, is actually just an appeal to force. You have a right to a gun. You have as much of a right to a gun as you have force to protect your right to own one. You have as much a right to speech as you have force to protect this right to speech and every other right thereof. And it doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. right? Every right is going to be an entailment of force and what I could call force doctrine. An appeal to men to force people to do the thing that whatever the social paradigm requires that they do. And any right that you would appeal to, whether it's a human right, a natural right, whatever it is, if it's not divinely grounded, then you just made that up. You just made it up out of thin air. And if you make it up out of thin air, then I can make up all sorts of rights too. As long as I have the force requisite for that, I'm in good shape.
On this topic of rights, and I really like the way that you elucidate this idea of force doctrine and how it has to be enforced, because I think people don't even think about the fact that when we live in Western free markets and freedom-based societies, and people think that, well, I'm in the West and my feminism is something that I get as a right because and the government gives me these rights. What would you say to a feminist or somebody on the left who argues that the rights that they have come to them because the government has given it to them?
Then they're making my point for me. What they're saying is that they have a right to do whatever the government is willing to use force to allow them to do. And that's it. It's that simple. Feminists have no force to do anything. All they can do is whine. All they can do is whine and complain. Right? They have to appeal to men to utilize force to give them whatever rights they want. How can I demonstrate this? Let's look at most of the world. Most of the world have no rights. And who can they appeal to for them? Only to men. Only to men. They can never appeal to themselves. There's never been a single instance, not one single, and I've looked through the entire historic standard, all recorded history that I can find, I've never found a single instance of overthrowing the chains of oppression by force. They've never done it even one time. They always have to appeal to men. And this is what force doctrine is stating, is that really for feminists and for their rights are actually just granted to them by men. That's actually what's going on. Men are granting them their rights and men can take those rights away. So you better hope that men appeal to the divine for the grounding of these rights. Secularists and humanists have no answer for this.
Yeah, their religion, their worldview, even though it's irreligious, it's a-religious, actually is a kind of religion that the more consistently it's played out actually leads to brutality and leads to tyranny. And this very forced doctrine that you're talking about, people don't even think about how, the supposed rights that you have as a feminist, you're only allowed to have that because society allows you to have that with this forced doctrine to go after somebody if they trample those rights. So laws have to be backed up with this forced doctrine as you're talking about.
Well, I think and they have to be backed up the other way too. So remember, men uniquely are in a position to throw off any chains of conditionals they don't like collectively with force. Men can do that and have done that. We did it in this nation. We've done it. I mean, all throughout the historic standard, if men find themselves in conditionals they don't like, they literally just everybody until they get to the conditionals that they like. That's actually what they do. But can't do that. They not only can't do that, but they have to rely on men to enforce that on their behalf. So it sounds like men should really be getting the big piece of chicken here. You're right. They should really be getting a little bit of due and respect in society for the fact that we're so benevolent. And by the way, I think if this is changed, they wouldn't be nearly as benevolent. If it was the case that men suddenly woke up tomorrow collectively and they were 2 to 3 times stronger than men, I don't think they would be nearly as benevolent towards men as men are towards men.
Yeah, no, these ideas are pretty kind of earth-shattering when you begin to really think about it, given the paradigm that we're in. And some of these debates that you've had have been pretty feisty, pretty spicy. People should go and check out, for example, the Tomi Lahren exchange that you had, or the Cenk Uygur exchange that you had. Do you see any commonalities with the talking heads and the sort of empty, vacuous, ungrounded worldviews that they argue for in terms of these exchanges and what we're talking about with
yes, rights? They steal from Christians. They steal from Christians across the board. They steal their entire worldview from Christians. They steal all forms of benevolence from Christians. They steal all the good stuff. And then they just want to add all the degeneracy in there. They want to sprinkle in the degeneracy while justifying it through our worldview. That's what's so crazy. They have no grounding foundation for anything. Tomi Lahren, for instance, told me that have no duties at all to men. No duties at all. Only men have duties the opposite direction. And by the way, Jay, we're born to have those duties according to her, right? So according to her and feminists like her, what men are is they're disposable income wallets. We get to pay for everything for But don't worry about it, Jay, because we get to watch them enjoy them spending all of our money, right? That's how we're apparently hardwired, according to these people. But yes, they steal the Christian ethical worldview. That's what they do. All their concepts of harm, theft, everything, totally stolen from us. All of it stolen from us. And then what they do is they sprinkle in degeneracy as a new form of harm. If you don't let us be degenerate, that's harming us. Therefore, Christianity bad. It's the most convoluted and corrupted worldview that I've ever seen, and it's grounded on nothing. It's literally built on a house of sand. They can justify nothing, and they never have been able to justify anything.
Yeah, I think the most kind of surprising exchange that I saw you have was with Cenk Uygur, because I thought at least he would bring some kind of leftist talking point, some kind of socialist argumentation, and all he did was like cuss you out and go after you personally. Really, I think showing that guy's completely vacuous, completely bankrupt, no real, intellectual backing behind what he's saying at all. And that seems to be kind of a pattern of what you and I both see in a lot of our debates, is that these people are kind of like shells. They're really kind of fraudulent. They don't really have much behind them other than rhetoric.
Well, let me ask you a question. This is what I found from doing, I think at this point, several thousand debates with everyone, high profile, low profile, random people on Discord to Twitter, just like you do, right? What I found is this, is that when you're talking about the liberal paradigm, the progressive paradigm, everybody operates within it. But the second you don't grant it, you say this worldview, I'm not playing within this worldview, I'm playing with a different worldview, they're lost. They're done.
Yeah.
You have to actually, the only way that these people know how to communicate is if you already accept their preconceived notions of progressive and liberal worldviews. And if you don't accept those, they're totally lost. Like if you started a debate, for instance, with a progressive and you said, I'm going to come at this from a totally worldview, right? Or something like this, which even that I would argue is still a liberal worldview in a sense.
Right.
But the thing is like the second you move outside of their paradigm, now suddenly the things you don't think they think are bad or not bad to you, the things they think are good or not good to you, all justification falls out the window. In other words, much like a vampire, you have to agree to invite the worldview in, right?
Yeah.
Or else it doesn't do anything. It does nothing, right? It does nothing. It falls flat immediately.
Another one of the characters that have had quite a few interactions with, I've been blessed actually to not have any interactions with this person, is Destiny. What would you say about this figure? I mean, I don't understand why he's so popular, other than that he talks really fast and kind of pushes, I guess, degenerate ideas. But what have you noticed from your debates with this guy?
Well, Destiny was there first. He started at Justin TV before it became Twitch. Because he was one of the first doing what he was doing, he was able to accumulate a large audience. If Destiny came around today, I'm not even sure he would dispute that. But if he came about today and moved into this, kind of ethosphere, he would be probably a low-level streamer. So, but if you're there first, as you know, generally speaking, you're able to kind of consolidate an audience, and he was there first. Now, as to his continued rise in popularity, he's dealing with all sorts of legal troubles at the moment. He's dealing with all sorts of different things, but he is an A-tier debater. Or S-tier debater, if you want to say it that way, on the left side. And the reason is he's really good at memorization of talking points, and he's really good at regurgitation of them in a very quick way. However, when he goes up against people who are more in the logician form, he begins to fall flat. He avoids debates with those people generally like the plague, and he'll do this through the proposition itself by saying, look, I'm not going to agree to a proposition, which can be falsified through logic. So what these people like to do is they like to argue only within the paradigm of regurgitation of talking point. My paradigm right, your paradigm left, my talking point, your talking point, my talking point, your talking point. The second that's rejected, the second you're like, these talking points are nebulous and stupid and have no logical sense to them at all, these people fall apart. Destiny's no exception to that.
Yeah, I agree. I want to watch that. I'm sad I didn't watch that. I have to save it for later, though. Let's see. What are they talking about?
Like that, right? Okay. That's just factual statement. In 2021 and stuff, man. Anyway, we all got to keep our eyes out.
That's what you're doing with your time while we're doing a professional live stream here.
I'm just saying. Every time we're talking about Tucker, I want to be smoking one of these from now on.
Nice.
It happened now, too. Another point to make that is worth knowing is that the USIC, the intelligence agency, spy on Americans. Now, you probably knew that, and it's been revealed a lot, including by...
Good. As they should. Why else would they exist? People have this interesting thing of, no, the government should be staying out of everything. Look, I value my privacy a lot. I value my private life and my privacy and everything a lot. But I'm completely fine with the government having proper access to my communications, especially if I'm in a position where I communicate frequently with foreign governments. They better do that. In America, it's kind of, in my opinion, less serious than in many European countries. Like the UK should be doing much more of that kind of stuff. They should be spying, of course, not the current government. The current government is basically a treacherous anti-British government that should be torn down by proper people in a good and legal way and democratic way. But if a proper government was established to get rid of all the cancer that has been building up in the UK, for example, they should be doing that kind of stuff. Should be tracking down and getting rid of all those who want to destroy the country. America should do that too, to an extent, especially with people like this.
Julian Assange and Ed Snowden, both of whom are threatened with death for revealing it, but everyone knows. But it's probably a little more widespread than Assange and Ed Snowden, both of whom are threatened with death for revealing it, but everyone knows. But it's probably a little more widespread than most people understand. And it's outrageous. There's no justification for your government, which you own, you're a shareholder in it, you pay for it, to be violating your privacy like this. But it happens all the time. And in fact, one of the reasons that CIA or people...
This is very funny. He can't stop praising the Islamic regime. How does the Islamic regime treat privacy? I'm really curious about that.
There's none.
These are apparently things that he's outraged about.
Within CIA, just to be clear, it's a huge, sprawling, disconnected agency. What it does in a specific case doesn't represent what everybody in the building thinks, but there are some people who are mad at me for my views about Israel. And they have some latitude. And one of the reasons they pass on criminal complaints, in effect, to law enforcement is to justify warrants for spying on Americans. So that is an absolutely real thing. What it does in a specific case doesn't represent what everybody in the building thinks, but there are some people who are mad at me for my views about Israel. And they have some latitude. And one of the reasons they...
David, does he strike you as nervous?
Skewed views. Yes, he does.
Look at his fingers, man.
They pass on criminal complaints, in effect.
Six fingers.
To law enforcement is to justify warrants for spying on Americans. So that is an absolutely real thing. But the main reason they do it is to leak the existence of the investigation, such as it is, to the media, and then humiliate and terrify the subjects of this op. And that's, of course, happened to me repeatedly, many times, including in famously 2021, when I was still at Fox News and trying to set up an interview with Vladimir Putin. And the NSA, I heard from someone there, had grabbed my text messages with an American citizen and had leaked them to news outlets. Those texts were basically my attempts to set up an interview with the foreign head of state, and they leaked them to the New York Times in order to stop the interview, which they successfully did, by the way. And they admitted that they were spying on me. This is not a fantasy. It actually happened. They did it.
Wait, so they admitted that they were spying on you, and after that you continued communicating directly and doing the foreign bidding of hostile foreign governments and doing all that through texts. You absolute imbecile.
Hey, first of all,
what?
Reading his text, man. Reading his text. How do you think they're doing that?
I don't know. I mean, how are they doing that?
Here's what I think. I don't think they're like monitoring his texts. I think they discovered people on the receiving and sending end of these texts. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And they're like, in other words, there's a war on over there, and you got some people who are switching sides and stuff like that. And it seems like someone's like, hey, well, want to see his messages from Tucker? And they're like, oh, that's a lot of messages from Tucker there. Bet you that's what it is.
That's also that's a theory that people made, and that seems actually very plausible. The United States did probably, or U.S. intelligence agencies did probably surveil and try to intercept, and did get a lot of communications that
they had those
Islamic regime
interceptions
government
on his,
officials received, and among them they may have found communications from Tucker Carlson himself, and that he probably made through different channels, and
Even
they
like
verified that it's actually
Tupac.
from him, such as the Islamic regime government officials asking him to say certain things to the public or to the US government, and him then affirming that he will do so, or to give them information from the US government, and him then, it doesn't even matter if he actually gives it. What matters is that he actually textually, or that he actually directly affirms that he's going to do that. So they might have come to that conclusion or to that find while looking into what Iranians or what the Islamic regime is doing. That's a very, very good point. For the first time you said something good, David. Thank you.
Again, 2 years later, my second attempt to get a Putin interview, I managed to get it anyway, and they've done it since. And so when you get a call from a reporter who knows the contents of your text, it's pretty clear something's going on. None of this, in my judgment, as of right now, is a huge threat to me. So I'm not making this video to complain about it or whine or ask you to send me money because I'm under attack. I'm saying it because it's true, and you should know what your own government is doing, and you should know what the stakes are, and you should know that.
Thank you for telling me. I am not concerned at all. I am not in any way worried. Dear US government, dear intelligence agencies, you can read everything you want.
Don't do that.
I'm happy.
Don't do that. Don't trust them.
I'm happy. I trust him completely and fully.
A lot of what happened
and
in this country that affects outcomes happens behind the scenes. Some of it is legal, some of it is not, including what I'm describing now. But it has an effect. And the intel agencies, again, not everyone in the intel agencies, because there are decent, hardworking Americans who work in the intel agencies. They're Americans, just like there are decent, hardworking Americans who work at the DMV. But there are also people with agendas and grudges and no sense of restraint who are happy to misuse the power they have granted them by our elaborate secrecy laws to hurt fellow Americans for ideological reasons. That is entirely real. That's the story of Russiagate. And it's likely that things like that will begin to happen at greater scale now. So you should just know that going forward. Thanks.
Those are many, many words, Tucker, just to tell us that you are scared because you are in deep trouble. Who in Iran were you texting? This is absolute madness, says Yosef Haddad. There is a huge possibility that Carlson was used by the White House as a tool for deception against the Iranian regime. Yet he didn't even realize he was being played. This means the White House suspected he would pass information to the enemies of the United States, which, if true, constitutes pure treason and completely undermines his bogus America First narrative. This is also a theory that people have meanwhile established. And there are actually some people close with the U.S. government that have kind of confirmed that they talked to the U.S. To the White House before about Tucker Carlson, and that what they received as response from the White House when they asked the government to distance themselves from Tucker Carlson, or when they were asked to keep Tucker Carlson away from the government, the response they received was, trust the plan, or something like that. Which, if true, hints at the fact that Tucker Carlson was actually set up, because the government was aware that he's actually helping and doing things on behalf of the Islamic regime in Iran. So the US government then used that to manipulate the other side through him and his stupidity to then eventually crack down on him and all that. So that is entirely a possibility. Entirely a possibility. This is very funny. Bree from who contributes to the Daily Wire, she quotes Alexander Dugin. And if you don't know who this is, man, you're in for a ride. But he's a very, very hostile asset of the Russian government, of Putin's government and ideologies, who is very blatant and very clear, very explicit on the fact that he's happy to use any dirty means necessary to destroy and take down the Western culture in the United States of America. He even wrote a book in which he explicitly lays out how things that we should be doing as Russians or as Russia, the things that he lays out. In fact, let me find the quote. It would be much better if I just found the quote. He lays out that part of what Russia must be doing right now is to amplify different hostile political parties inside the West in order to weaken the West from the inside to make it collapse. Let's find David. Say something before I talk, while I look it up.
No one cares about this quote from this dude, man. Unless he's smoking a Fatima cigarette, I don't care either. You're pretty up on all this Russian stuff, man.
That's because I'm very Russophobic. No, I
don't like those dudes either, man.
Yeah. The book is called Foundations of Geopolitics. It's a 1997 book in which he talks about dismantling Western influence. I'm trying to get the
smart.
I wanted to get the quote. I actually had it recently shared by somebody. But anyway, that's it. If I find the quote later, or if somebody can send me the quote with the source, I should have it written down somewhere, but I should probably collect those notes better. It is in his book called Foundations of Geopolitics. That's where he advocates for Russia to become the big guy in the world and to destroy Western culture from its bottom, from its foundations. And he advocates for
the Zoot strategy.
He advocates for amplifying any kind of degenerate, destructive ideology covertly in the West in order to destroy the West. This is not secret. He clearly lays it out. And this is Putin's ideology that Putin follows. This guy's like Putin's ideological guy, That's what he is. So some people who are kind of who don't understand the whole hostility or the cautions, the precautions, this cautionary attitude toward Russia, don't fully understand what the Russian government, what Putin's Russian government and Putin's Russian ideology actually is all about. It's very, very freaking sinister. Very sinister. But yeah, somebody please send me the quote so I can find it. But Dugin names the influences he makes clear are useful to the Russian influence ops he's running. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, Jackson Hinkle, Kim.com, and some other people. That's very, very funny. Number one is Tucker Carlson.
The United States is on the edge of the radical collapse. So that is superpower, hyperpower, that is collapsing. That is agony of it. And we need to understand that well. We should not be hypnotized by the real situation in the United States. They are in very, very bad situation. And hence, they're radical and extremist actions. So they have the problem with Epstein elite. They have the problem with economy. They have the great problem with the state of the moral United States. This is decaying society in the last stage of decay. So we need to follow that. We need to understand.
Gloria Dear Short says Putin is kind of right about some things in the West. Well, think about the most evil person you can think of, and that person is probably also quite right about some things in the West.
Right, twice a day.
Mm-hmm. And they will accurately diagnose problems because they want to exploit them for their agendas.
Yeah.
That we need to study it. We need to have the correct, realistic understanding of what is going on in the United States of America outside of their propaganda, and maybe outside of our own propaganda. So we have to have a very correct, realistic understanding of American society, because from that depends almost everything in the world. So we need to try to reach the people of real MAGA, or the core MAGA, who share with us our general ideological, geopolitical, metaphysical vision of multipolarity, because the MAGA accepted multipolarity. Trump has betrayed MAGA and has thrown away multipolarity, has declared the war to multipolarity. So, but not MAGA. So we need to follow people like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, Andrew Neapolitano, Larry Johnson, Jackson Hinkle, and great, absolutely great Kim.com that we should invite next time for our conference. He is very great. So we need to reach to these non-conformist MAGA people in the United States who have a very similar vision of what are the real priority to save America, to save the world, to save the West.
If you are praised and promoted by this guy as somebody to follow and as an ideological ally, then you are probably either a traitor or on the verge of treason to anything that makes America great or Western society great.
No, seriously, think about this, dude, right? And what we need some American influencers to come to Mother Russia and go to our grocery store. Start telling everyone, wow, grocery store here in Mother Russia, so much better than supermarket in United States, demon place, decaying country. And what we need is someone come and say, wow, I put quarter, it gives me shopping cart. And then I return shopping cart and it gives me quarter back. Not like in NFL football, but you know what I'm saying. We need the big American influencer come smell our bread in supermarket and say, wow, bread smell good in Mother Russia. This what we need. If we do this, then we get multipolarity like we want. The MAGA leader, Donald Trump, he has rejected the multipolarity, but with Tucker and Candace Owens on our side, we will get the multipolarity.
Man. The funny thing is, I mean, if you research further about who Alexander Dugin is and the kind of stuff that he advocates for, he started his own party, which was Neo-Bolshevism or National Bolshevism, which is an ideology that he still has. He was at first an anti-communist, but then he subscribed to the Bolshevik ideas, and to this day promotes kind of like a united system of fascism, neo-Bolshevism or neo-communism, and a religious government, all led by what he calls the Holy Empire of Russia. He also believes in aggressively taking back all of the lands that once were controlled at some point by Russia, aggressively declaring wars and taking them back. And he thinks that the greatest enemy as an obstacle in front of this is of course the United States of America and the West, which is why the United States of America and the West and Western Christianity have to be completely destroyed. This is his ideology, basically. And with this pursuit, he subscribed to some really, really messed up political and also religious ideas. This guy is pure evil. I don't know. So sorry, what was it? What were you putting up?
What?
What were you putting up? I just clicked it away.
Oh, just multipolar. We need multipolar shopping carts for the bread and the vodka.
Anyway, Idor Gordon says, Epi, funny story. Me telling David on his stream that I trying to watch through the alerts and the missile.
I'm not harassing anyone.
You should go get psychiatric help.
Jesus has given me the mind of Christ.
Get the out of our neighborhood. Live and let live.
If you go do your historical homework, King James was gay.
It's really not about King James in the first place. It's about Jesus.
Half of these people are Christians, but you're not accepting these people. You're telling them you need to change.
People do need to turn away from sin. That's the first step in the gospel. It's called repentance.
I'm the biggest sinner here, dude.
Well, you may be. That's why Jesus, he came and died for your sins.
I've been baptized 8 times, my guy. I'm good.
You need to turn that off.
I'm telling you, you're not.
Can you show me, please? Jesus cares about you. He loves you. Put your faith in him. Jesus is coming soon.
I need your ID.
Why do you need my ID?
Because I need to write you a citation.
No, sir, I'm not going to give you my ID because I'm not doing anything illegal.
Where did that city ordinance?
The Constitution is way above the city ordinance, sir.
That he's literally the opposite of Jesus.
Hands up!
Just give me a second. Gotta call the pilot. Tell him he's in position.
I'm in position.
Bombs away!
What?
Funny.
Banger.
Like the dilemma, Jim. You gonna
Yeah,
let
that's
me
funny.
fall and die?
So I was hanging out with
Are you gonna pull me up
He was telling me
and arrest
about this,
me?
he was telling me about this platform.
Lawman.
Where you can go and
Murderer.
create your own crypto coins, your own crypto tokens, and put them on the market.
Oh, we can finally do
Always
Zootcoin.
playing by the
And
rules.
people can come up with
That's why
anything
I'll
else and
outlive you.
promote it.
That's
and what
why
they
I
do, what
loved.
you do is you go
Because I
live.
don't give a damn
you do
about
live
the
streams
rules.
and through your content.
long
you
way
want to
down.
Promote the value.
You sure
of
you'll
those
outlive me?
Tokens and can put them on the market and all
Yes.
that.
I'm the
So
man.
I thought, wait,
I have an
anything?
idea.
You can just
A
do it. You need to
philosophy.
do all the technical
And I
stuff
will live
and
on
yeah,
in the
you just go-
shadows
Just go on the platform
within
and do it. So I'm
Gotham's
like,
discontent.
oh. So I go on the website. My first
You'll
thought
deceive me
is, I
soon.
wonder if somebody did it.
Au revoir.
So I searched for Zoot. And I
Hands
do
up!
find
Just give me a second.
Somebody
Gotta
did
call the
create
pilot.
Zoot
Tell him he's in
coin
position.
with an image of Muhammad Salah.
I'm in position.
Bombs away!
And he actually had some serious market cap.
Well, someone already sent me the Zootcoin. Let's see. Hold up. Oh no, this doesn't have anybody around him. It has. Hang on, I'll send it to you, man.
But somebody actually put it on the market, you know.
I'm just saying, if someone preempted our idea. Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. It would be fun to do something like that and to have like a Zootcoin and stuff like that. But you don't want to actually like rip people off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's
like because that's what these dudes like Tate do. They'll pump some coin, make a fortune, and then like sell all their stuff, and then everyone gets out. It would have to like go to charity or something, or you'd like tell people, yeah, just spend a couple cents on this. Do not put any actual real money into this. Just put a few cents into this.
Yeah, that's what that one woman did who became famous for saying a short phrase about performative acts. She scammed a lot of people through crypto and then disappeared. I said it in the most cryptic way possible. It's kind of funny. So, Eyal Yacobi posted this one here. This is also a talking point that Tucker Carlson has been putting out forever, that Iran isn't trying to build the nuclear weapons and that Netanyahu is warmongering and that there's actually no evidence and that they're actually trying to build a nuclear weapon. And he's an official of the, he is speaker of the Iranian parliament.
فعالیت هسته‌ای شدیم واقعا هدفمون ساخت بمب بود دیگه ما تعارف که نداریم.
یعنی شما میگید هدف ساخت بمب بوده واقعا
100%
هدف کی این بوده یعنی
کل نظام یا همه اونایی که این فعالیت رو شروع کردن واقعا هدف ساخت بمب بود. کاری که شروع کرده بودیم و دیگه می‌خواستیم این کارو خب اینو شما اگه میتونستیم اینو حفظش کنیم و بمب آزمایش می‌کردیم.
Hey, oops, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You can't do that. Kids aren't. Yeah, they're animals. Go to court. Have them before a judge. And she's mad, but she's like doing it, yeah, too far. Not that she'll be able to do that anyway. It's like $2 worth of stuff. Like it's not even $100 worth of stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, but
day, while the supreme leader thinks he's safe because of Tucker Carlson's solid intel, he gets bombed today.
Inshallah, I will never be bombed because I have my mole, not Muhammad's mole, but my mole, Tucker Carlson.
The founder of Tuzi TV, he left Iran for the UK with his mother back in 2003. He was just 14 years old. His father still in Iran. They speak often, but they have not seen each other in nearly 20 years because Mayar is banned from returning to Iran. Mayar, good to have you with us this afternoon. I want to start off with you in terms of who's in charge there in Iran. This idea that Mojtaba Khamenei is the supreme leader. President Trump said this earlier this afternoon. Listen here.
A lot of people are saying that he's badly disfigured. They're saying that he lost his leg, one leg, and he's been hurt very badly. Other people are saying he's dead. Nobody's saying he's 100% healthy. This one we haven't seen at all. So that could be for a lot of different reasons. We don't know, Peter, if he's dead or not.
So what are you hearing, Mayar, from inside Iran about the new Ayatollah?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me on, John. Firstly, I've actually said this over the last few years that there will come a time when Khamenei Sr. will die. Either he will just die of the age or he will be eliminated. And that's when things are going to kick off inside the regime because a big chunk of the IRGC don't want Mojtaba Khamenei. They never wanted him because it's just a Nepo leader. But the reality is that this was the perfect opportunity for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, who are a combination of militants, terrorists, but also still fundamentalist Islamists, to push out the clerics. So the Ayatollahs, as we know, the mullahs, were technically in charge. They are the umbrella of the Islamic Republic, but they were in charge of the political side, the cultural side, while the IRGC were the military side. The IRGC basically found a perfect chance to have an invisible leader right now in Mojtaba Khamenei. They actually as far as we know, they put a gun to the heads of the assembly of experts, the council that picked the next leader. They forced them to pick Mojtaba, whether he's still alive or not, whether he's in a coma or not because the IRGC wanted Mojtaba Khamenei, the son, but actually they wanted him because he's not around, whether he's in a coma or not, because they can actually call the shots now. They are now in charge. The Ayatollahs are not in charge.
You know, there's a lot of speculation about if you get rid of the theocracy, what comes next. And a lot of analysts said, well, the next thing that may come is the IRGC really runs the country, though they're doing it now anyways. And that Ali Larijani is the one who emerges as at least the interim leader, if not the de facto leader.
Yeah, but there's a big problem here because the whole concept of the Islamic Republic since 1979 has been based on a cult of personality. First, it was Ruhollah Khomeini and then Ali Khamenei, and basically the mullahs underneath them. So they were the rock stars of the Islamic Republic. The fundamentalists, their supporters, support the concept of the regime because of the clerics. They're not necessarily because of some random IRGC generals. They don't really have a cult of personality. So the problem here is that the moment the base of the Islamic Republic, especially the younger ones, realize that there are no mullahs, there is no Mojtaba Khamenei in charge, and Ali Larijani and his IRGC terrorist friends are in charge, they're just going to realize maybe it's time to give up.
Yeah, well, let's hope that might be the case. What's interesting is that the only information that's coming out of Iran now seems to be from Abbas Araghchi, Pezeshkian to some degree, maybe a couple of others, because rank and file Iranis, they
All right, I think I'm calling it a night. I will see you when I see you. God bless and have a good night.